it's telling you, already it's telling the public that we don't think it's important. Mind you, our governor does that too. So I'm concerned that this conversation in closing, that you are allowing the public in such a way is not going to be fair, and it's going to be frustrating everyone that's concerned about this issue. Thank you.
So now, how, since I don't have the list, do the people know who comes
Brad is
next?
asking, the next person standing there is the next person to come through. So Brad and Angie will be directing them through.
Okay.
What last that came in, sit down and I'm on the
You were
phone.
first. You got one over?
Brad, we need the list. I need the list.
I signed up right after.
I know, I need the list. Brad, I want the list.
He was first.
Let me have the list. It's the only way we're gonna keep this straight. He can go ahead, I don't need the whole thing, just the list. The list with the people's names on it, please. There's one whole filled out sheet, pink sheet someplace. Where's that at? There was a pink sheet that was, everybody's name was on. Where's that at? Thank you.
It's just the point. Yellow.
I understand that. Thank you. So, Mike, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Mike Coons. I live on.
Just a
Legion
minute,
Mountain.
we need to, will you come over and take care of doing the minutes and the time, please? Thank you.
Okay, so I want to make sure the video shows through too. Okay, we got it on the public,
Okay, good.
and time will start.
My name is Mike Coons. I live on Legion Mountain. I'm speaking for myself and as president of the Matsu chapter of AMAC Action. Depending on the final vote on this ordinance, those votes will show whom the socialists are on this council. Those votes will be remembered as condoning socialism in the city of Palmer, and all that vote yes will be violating their oath of office to defend the Constitution. The China virus is being used as a political tool by socialists, not just in the lower 48 and Anchorage, but by any and all socialists in any elected or bureaucratic position. Sure, there has been a spike in new cases. We have now tested over 850,000 when our total population is only 710,000. So duh, that amount of testing will show people that were asymptomatic. So those folks stay home and get well. The death rate in the Matsu borough is 0.2 of 1%. The percentage of those tested whom are positive is only 4%. That is as of 15 November, cumulatively since testing began. Make no mistake about it. This is a straight-on attack on we the people to control what we do. This assembly has a past history to define the law and Bill of Rights, as in trying to stop the ability to carry concealed or open carry. Now we have an even worse attack on our freedoms, that of being able to freely assemble, be it at cars, Fred Meyer's, or the Noisy Goose, etc., as we choose. This would force us to wear masks that do not have a proven means of protecting one from spreading the China virus. CDC shows 85% of those tested were positive were habitual mask wearers. 66% of stay-at-home in New York City contracted the China virus. It is up to the individual to decide if they choose to wear a mask or not. Our nation is founded on basic choices, and no government, be it a small town or nationally, can mandate and take away our choices, period. If this does pass, I'm calling for civil disobedience by both individuals and businesses. The city does not have the authority to arrest for not complying. I fully support the businesses in Palmer, and I am sure the vast majority will oppose this travesty. So far, most businesses ask for us to wear a mask, but do not enforce those who choose not to wear a mask. If a business denied access, then I would and will boycott that business and would call on others to do so. A boycott of any business that goes along with this will hurt the sales tax income. I've realized that socialists don't care for capitalism or business. But for those assembly members who do take heed, your vote, be prepared for the adverse outcome of that decision. Thank you.
Okay, so now I have 3 sheets, so I don't know then. Yeah, for who signed up third? You did. You go. We're not, because we don't have, yeah, just who signed up, who was here, first come, first served. I know, I'll just have to ask them. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good evening, my name's Kelly Tney. I own Alaska Picker with my wife here in downtown Palmer. After 8 months of the pandemic, I believe people have made a decision whether or not to wear a mask. I wear my mask when and where I can, as I'm a cancer survivor of throat cancer. So wearing my mask all the time is not an option because I have no salivary glands. And so there are times that I'm unable to do so, but I try to do as much as I can. About 85% of our customers wear a mask that come into our store, and about 15% don't. A mandate will not make that 10 to 15% wear a mask. All it will do is have them not shop and spend money in our town and in our economy. Foot traffic and sales are down 50% just this month. We received four phone calls just this Saturday asking about the mask mandate. Perception is different than reality. They were coming from Anchorage and stated that if the mandate was in effect, they would not come out to Palmer. The governor released this week his COVID-19 health orders, and in that, private companies and entities are allowed to enact their own requirements regarding face mask use. So myself as a business owner, if I choose so, and anyone else, can do that. Therefore, the city should not need to do so. The original draft of the EO stated businesses and building owners shall deny admittance to any individuals who fail to comply with this ordinance and shall require or compel removal of such individuals from the premises. As business owners, we are not the mask police. I spoke with Deputy Mayor Coons and she indicated that there may be a change from shall to may, which is understandable. But this is in direct conflict with the next part of the ordinance, which says the city reserves the right to use all available enforcement options to ensure the compliance with the ordinance. What are the enforcement options and what are the penalties? And with the change in semantics, if a citation is issued, who gets it? The person not wearing the mask or me, when now I'll have to may ask someone to leave. So they're in direct conflict with each other. It is my belief the ordinance is poorly structured at this time, and with all the changes required, it makes it difficult for someone to stand in front of you folks and speak from an educated perspective. Legally, if the city could not shut us down earlier this year due to the fact of being a second-class city, how can you issue this mandate? How is this different? No one has been able to sufficiently explain this to me. I would encourage the city council to make a statement regarding the use of masks. I believe it is more appropriate for a resolution or proclamation in support of the governor's statement asking all Alaskans to wear masks. An ordinance is too heavy-handed and I believe will negatively affect the business climate and the reputation of our town. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now, Dawn, were you behind him signing up? Or Lisa, where were you? And Peter?
And then me. Oh, you're speaking.
Okay, all right. Next time, we just want one list, and first come, first
Yeah,
served,
this is great.
okay?
See, we're doing it. This is good
Thank
stuff,
you.
you guys. All right, give me 1 second. Sorry.
Because I think that's the way we did it when we did the thing on the chief. Okay, well. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, for sure. My name is Peter Opine. I live up the road here in Palmer. So I'm a software engineer, which gives me like a unique appreciation for data and data-driven decisions, which is essentially how we make all this policy, and we know where we're at with the pandemic and everything. And I know how easy it is to mess it up. I mean, I've messed it up tons of times when I've imported stuff. And the data around cases, the deaths, the test rates, all this kind of stuff, it's a mess. She can attest to this. And the data about the effectiveness of masks is, although it's trending that they are effective, we still don't know. So anyway, the America is a land of the free and the home of the brave, and there's a group of us that don't really want to optimize our lives for safety. We want to live. And really, I've always said the safest place in the world is inside of a jail cell. So if you want to optimize for that, you know, we can do that. Now, I understand that there's another group of people that need to have increased protection from this virus, and we need to accommodate them. So the ordinance will probably not change behaviors in any certain way, any significant way. Those who currently wear masks will continue to do so, and those who don't will probably not. They just won't wear it anyway. So consider this. This may not be a vote to change the behavior of Palmer residents, but a vote for you guys staying in office and a vote for the growth of Palmer. There's no way to change or to control or detect an asymptomatic carrier. We're smart enough and responsible enough to isolate ourselves from more high-risk folks, right? So those of us who move around without masks, we're not going to go visit our grandma. We're not going to go visit those people who are high risk. So people ask, well, why not just wear a mask? It's the nice thing to do. What's the big deal? I'm concerned about the psychological effects of the mask. Humans are social creatures. I mean, I came in, I smile at people. It's one of the things that we need to do. It's part of our communication. And wearing a mask basically obscures that. The face is a major point of communication, and science shows that serious mental issues result from isolation. I've got several family members who, because they've isolated themselves, have big problems. Second, because the face is a major part of speech, it could be argued that this face mask infringes on my First Amendment rights. So I would like to propose an alternative. Instead of doing a 7-day-a-week mask mandate, why don't you have alternating days? Those who want to wear masks can go out, it's enforced, and they can move about with actually increased safety, because now those that wouldn't wear a mask anyway aren't wandering around putting everybody at risk. And then secondly, allows those of us who don't want to wear masks or in low risk groups to move around with the freedom that we desire, and maybe get some herd immunity going if you believe in that. So anyway, that's my spiel. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so okay?
Hello. Well, Janet said out there, Lise Wade, who's at the land, Tolchina Eshland, Night Deniana Kayak, Sensiad, and Sidaketla Easter. Night Deniana Kayak Gahwasna. My name is Lise Wade, and I am a council member in the Health, Education, and Social Services Division Director for Jacqueline Village Traditional Council. I also currently serve as a board member on the Benta Newton Valley Native Primary Care Center, along with 2 other health-related nonprofit boards in the Mat-Su. My family has not gone out to eat, visited our favorite coffee stands that we used to frequent daily, or shopped at any of our favorite small businesses in Palmer since March. Without a mask mandate being adopted, I am unwilling to put my family or the elders and other vulnerable, medically fragile individuals I serve at risk to support our local economy. Sadly, there are just too many people who refuse to do the right thing and protect others by wearing a mask. Unfortunately, initially the science around mask wearing was unclear and conflicting in the beginning stages of this pandemic. Wearing a mask became a political issue and a strong symbol of the divisiveness of politics in our state and nation. Somehow, asking someone to protect the health of others became equated with taking away liberties and freedom. The science around COVID-19 is becoming clearer every day. Over time, scientists and medical professionals have gained a better understanding of how COVID-19 spreads and how masks can help slow that spread, not necessarily reduce it completely. The CDC and WHO have stressed that cloth face coverings are a critical tool in the fight against COVID-19, particularly when everyone wears them. Even the U.S. Surgeon General, Jerome Adams, has stated, when we can't stay 6 feet away from others, please, I'm begging you, wear a face covering. Our healthcare system is at a critical juncture and headed towards a crisis point. We have a makeshift facility being set up in Anchorage to handle the projected excess numbers of COVID patients. But we are facing significant staffing shortages with more than 500 hospital staff out on quarantine status at present. Within our healthcare system, it's like 180. Emergency responders are being impacted and may impact their ability to be able to reach people in time to get them the help they need. Providence has even brought in a mobile morgue unit. We have the tools at our disposal to slow this virus down in our state. However, it only works if everyone does their duty to protect others. As of Tuesday, 36 states have some type of mask mandate in place. So today I am asking you for two things. One, I ask that all Palmer City Council members put politics aside and lead by example by observing social distancing recommendations and wearing masks in public. I've brought you, Edna, 2 masks. One says Trutatna, which is honoring our ancestors in our Atna-Kanagat language. And this is because our ancestors survived the 1918 flu pandemic. And I want to recognize, and if we think it's important, that we share these masks so that other people can recognize that. We want to all survive this one as well. The other one is Kotana Kat Dozotsi. And I'm giving you this one because this one says living native traditions. Our highest value is to love and care for our people. Just as I love and care for Nuta, that's what we call Palmer, and love and care for the people here, I want you to show that you care for them as well. So I brought you a gift of these, and I'm going to leave it here so somebody can sanitize them up for you. So I ask that you all lead by example. And then I also ask that you follow the recommendations of our local hospitals and healthcare professionals and mandate a policy requiring masks in public until such time as numbers decrease enough to reduce the strain on our healthcare infrastructure. Right now, I also have a letter that is, I think was emailed in today. It is from South Central Foundation, also requesting that you all adhere to the mask wearing public health practice. We sit in meetings all week long talking about this. School meetings, health meetings, daily. Not one day goes by where I don't learn something new or hear new information about what COVID is doing and what it's projected to do. December 15th is kind of a scary day you should be thinking about, and I don't want us to get there. I want us to slow things down. So I really appreciate that this was brought forward by the Assembly. I know you're taking a lot of heat for this, and I really hope that we put politics aside for now. So thank you so much for listening to me. I appreciate your time. Chinan.
Thank you. Okay, so now who, oh, you were next, okay.
I had a request to bring the mic up as well too, so. Neither do I. Okay, thanks.
Oh, online, they're having a hard time hearing?
Yeah, it's on Zoom, we're having a hard time hearing, so. Yeah, so.
Well, it sounds loud, doesn't it?
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us this time to make our comments to the council. I'm here this evening to voice my opinion. First, my name is Christine, and I am here with my husband Don. We live in Cenic River Road. I'm here to voice my opinion regarding the mask mandate. Since the beginning of COVID, we have all experienced abundance of information on all aspects of what we should and shouldn't do regarding our personal safety. And if you've done your own research, I'm sure that we have all found tons of arguments, both for and against wearing a mask during the pandemic. So with that being said, I feel that at some point the decision should finally be left up to the individual to do what they feel is best for themselves and their family without suffering persecution for their decision. I personally experience a great deal of anxiety when wearing a mask for several reasons that I will not bother to go into at this time. So I would certainly not welcome the thought of being told that it's mandatory to wear one at all times. I work in Anchorage and I have to comply wearing a mask in my office, but knowing that I've got the freedom to make my own decisions once I get home to Palmer gives me relief from the stress from wearing one all day, 5 days a week. Thank you for your time, and I hope you'll consider all sides of the story when you're making your decisions that affect all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Ballard. Thank you.
Okay, well, we jumped quite a ways there. Okay, so is there a JJ Little? Okay. Oh, Don? Okay.
Okay, so my name is Don Mopin, and I live here in Palmer. And a lot of people base their decisions on some of the studies out there, but most of those studies are based on laboratory studies on the effects of how the face coverings block the droplets. Then they plug in some assumptions and create a model, and that model then tells them what the effectiveness is of preventing the spread. What they don't consider is how normal people use a mask. So I have a CDC study here that was released just this September. And this study shows that masks and face coverings are not effective in preventing the spread of COVID-19, even for those people consistently wearing them. This is the data behind the mask here, this study. And basically they had 314 people either tested positive or had the symptoms of COVID but tested negative. And the results were, very simple one, how often did you wear a mask? People that never wore a mask, 3.9%. People that rarely wore a mask, 3.9%. People that sometimes wore a mask, 7.2%. People that often wore a mask, 14.4%. And people that always wore a mask, 71% of those people had gotten COVID. So the study shows that wearing a mask is not only ineffective, but sometimes is counterproductive to spreading it. So I'll demonstrate here what I see every day of people wearing a mask. So I'm wearing my mask. So the mask is blocking the droplets. So where are the droplets going? They're going into the mask. The mask is now a germ sponge. And what are people doing? I just saw her do it. You're touching the mask. You're screwing around with it. Are you sneezing into it or coughing? No, you're not. You're pulling it away. So then you're constantly touching this germ sponge. And then what are you touching after that? You're touching the table. These germs can last up to 9 days. So I would say that these don't prevent it, but are actually worse based upon this study. So look at the cases in the cities that have mandated the masks. Cases are going up, not down. Does this city want to accept that liability of mandating wearing the mask or face covering? Because after all, when this is all done, the lawyers are the ones that are going to settle in. Don't make your decision on speculative science where they plug in numbers for some sort of their results. Base it upon the basis of the results of what we see. Let's keep the decision, responsibility, and liability with the people and business owners, not based upon the government. So in this particular circumstance, I'm pro-choice. Thank you.
Okay. On the neutral, I have a Peter. Is he someplace? Angie? No? Okay. All right. Well, JJ?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor, I appreciate it. This is my first opportunity to come here and speak in a forum like this. I'm a retired military member. I live here in the community of Palmer, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening and be able to speak with you. I also want to thank those that are standing out in the cold that are kind of helping this. I think Brent is his name, and I appreciate his efforts to try to get everybody on the list to get in here. So thank you so much for your time.
Can you state your name, please?
My name is JJ Little. I live at 9815 East Strand Drive, Palmer, Alaska. I think there's a couple of things I wanted to look at. Because I've never done this process before, the first thing I wanted to do was go ahead and pull up the endeavor before us today. And one of the things that I highlighted was the governor has issued an emergency alert asking citizens to remain diligent in social distancing and masking. Asking citizens, I think, is the highlight there. It goes on to say that CDC recommends wearing masks, which are defined as N95 masks, or face coverings, homemade or commercial, in public settings, in addition to maintaining 6 feet at physical distancing. It says in line with his recommendations. I'm sure that means this recommendation or his. I don't know if they're talking about in the document the governor or the CDC, but in this case we continue on. The City Council has authority to issue a mask mandate. A mask mandate means essentially a requirement. I believe we're leaning forward a little bit on this, but I wanted to pose the question to the council for their consideration. What is a mandate in public health, and when should it be used? To define mandate, I think we first need to look at the word. Latin is manus, which means hand or dare to give, and it's considered a command or or a order handed down from a superior to subordinates. Mandates should meet two requirements, I think, if we're going to use them. One of them has an opting out requirement that requires an action beyond saying no, and secondly, a defined enforcement mechanism should be in place. I don't think that we have that very well. I would encourage you all to relook at that if you have the ability to do so. Number two, does this local ordinance, in its attempt to stop the spread of COVID, cross the line of appropriate exercise and authority, creating, in effect, an overbearing infringement of constitutional and statutory protections? When considering these things, we have two aspects of this. One are individual rights and public health. Public health includes things such as medicine, science, politics, and sociology. The two ones that I'm going to kind of hit on today. I only have 30 seconds left, so this is great. Evidence of effectiveness for face coverings is not available by the CDC. In other words, it is unspecified. That means it has some, but not a defined amount. The sociologic aspect of this, defining communities by creating a manufactured line of division, is the other thing that I'm really concerned about. Current CDC guidelines are clear that no enforcement of any sort of face coverings is envisioned. The terms mandatory, mandate, requirements do not appear on its website. And the final question that I have is, should public health intervention be mandatory? I guess I'm done. Thank you all so much. This is my first time doing it. I appreciate y'all. I'll be praying for your discernment and your decisions in this, and I look forward to talking to you in a future endeavor.
Thank you. Okay, so Janet, then either you or Shelley are next, whichever one.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Janet Kincaid. I'm not a resident of this city, but I claim Palmer as my home and have since 1962. And I would like to say I am one of those people that's at risk. I'm fat, I've got diabetes, I had a heart attack, I had a stroke, you know, but I choose not to wear a mask. I need every breath I can take, but I totally respect those that do. And when I see people in a mask, I try to keep the appropriate distance. But it is my choice. And that's, I think, the big thing I want to emphasize. It's my choice. We've been in business since 1976, probably the longest family-owned business in the valley. And as such, we're not getting rich. And I'll let my daughter address that because she now owns it and I own the Colony Inn. But I'm telling you that everything that deters business is not good. I don't think we're Anchorage. I take great pride in the fact we're not Anchorage. So I certainly don't want to see an ordinance passed that came out of Anchorage. And the last thing that really bothers me is fear. When you make a mask mandate, it encourages fear. And I'm worried for the younger generation that are afraid. I'm old, doesn't matter. But I see the fear. I've never been afraid and I don't want to see it perpetrated. Media is doing a good enough job there. We don't have to add to it. So I hope this ordinance goes down in defeat. Thank you.
Thank you. Brad and Tom, there are plenty of seats here in the back. If you have, you know, we could probably another 4 people from outside, or if they prefer to stand, you know, bring some other people in because it's so cold out, so. Okay, Michelle?
My name is Michelle Kincaid. I'm one of the co-owners of the Valley Hotel, the 24/7 Open Cafe, the Caboose Lounge, and the Iron Horse Liquor Store. We also own the Kozlowski Center that houses retail and professional businesses. We employ about 46 people on average. We are against the mask mandate introduced by Sabrina Combs and Jill Valerius. Customers have a choice on where they want to go. Ostracizing Palmer by this mandate will only push them to go outside of our city limits. How many of you have ever had to make a payroll here for a business in the city of Palmer? Do you understand the economic effects that will have, especially with Christmas right around the corner? It's very stressful thinking about the impact this will have. It's very stressful looking at staff reductions due to this mandate. I anticipate if this mandate goes through, we will lay off between 10 and 20 of our employees. The citizens of Palmer and the surrounding areas are much smarter than you think. We are educated, and everyone has made changes in their lifestyle to slow the spread. Anchorage with their mask mandate seems like the same or higher ratio of COVID compared to others. Please look up the comparisons. The gentleman before me gave you all of the great statistics. My heart goes out to anyone who has lost someone from COVID. I'm sure all, or not all, but most had underlying conditions. You know if you're one of those and you take the extra steps according to your own needs. My mom, she had a heart attack in December, a stroke in March, and several other underlying items. She's 86, and she makes her own educated decision not to wear a mask. When Anchorage started their failed mask program, our Anchorage customers increased coming out to the valley. Again, people have a choice of where they want to go. A lady stopped by the desk and she told me how nice it was to see people, hear them laugh, and she even said she liked people smiling and didn't mind even hearing the children that might be screaming. She really appreciated being here without a mask. We do not need the city council mandating how we live our lives. We do not need the city council copying a failed program from Anchorage. We do not need some of the city council and their affiliated groups using shaming tactics or social media bullying. We do not need some of the city council pushing a progressive liberal agenda. We need city council members that stand for what all the needs of Palmer are. We don't need city council members that want to push something on their own agenda at any cost. I heard that somebody wanted to shorten the ordinance time, and that would cheat the public out of knowing or letting their voices be heard. Wearing a mask, it's a personal choice, just like the flu shot. Council members, stand strong against this mandate. Thank you, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you. Okay, Jacqueline?
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Goforth. I'm a writer, and I'm also a researcher, and I do deep research. When I found out that masks were used as an agent of social control in Liberia, I bought the book. Masks do not work. The mask box says so. It says right on it that it will not prevent the spread of coronavirus. If masks work, why can I find this chart that says that 19 of the top 20 hotspots have had a mask mandate? Richard Urso, a 32-year-old board-certified physician, said that masks to use a virus, to stop a virus, it's like throwing sand against a chain link fence. He also said that they carry a lot of bacteria that can cause things on your face like jock itch and yeast infections. The CDC used to have a section on it about cloth masks. It said that cloth masks do not filter anything. Moisture caught in the masks becomes mildew-ridden in 30 minutes. Dry coughing, enhanced allergies, and sore throat are all symptoms of micromold. Mandatory masks are against human rights they're a human rights violation. In the aftermath of World War II, the Nuremberg Code was signed and it addressed human rights violations. This code was later codified with the UNESCO 2005 statement. It was signed by 83 countries, including ours. Article 6, Section 1 says, any preventative, diagnostic, and therapeutic medical intervention is only to be carried out with the prior, free, and informed consent of the person concerned based on adequate information. In closing, I have this packet. This is a claim for damages arising from negligence and possible conspiracy by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Diseases, and the conspiring associates, which, if you do a mandate, includes you. This form is going to be accompanied by a standard Form 95. This is a tort claim against the government for damages. And at the back, I will be putting a list of Palmer City Council members, their contact info, and their address to mail the completed packet. Should a mask mandate be enacted, my team and I will personally place these packets in every business that allows it, and we will do our utmost to make certain that every Palmer resident has the opportunity to file a claim. You have my word. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Peter in here? Is there a Peter that's out there that's signed up? A Peter? Or Eric? Okay. So there's no Peter out? Okay, all right. Go ahead, sir. Yeah,
Hi.
go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Combs, thanks for bringing this up. No offense, I think it's a little bit too late, but my name is Eric Anderson. Do I spell it?
That's right, go ahead, sir.
I think we're a little bit behind the ball on the mandate myself. There's two things that we're gonna hear and we've continued to hear over time is it's against our rights to wear a mask or to mandate one, and it's a violation of the Constitution. The problem with this virus is it's been politicized. It's a public health issue. It's not a political item to be discussed on a political level. It has been proven time and time again that masks are not intended to stop anything. They're not the cure. That's not their intention, is to stop anything. The whole point of the mask is to slow the transmission rate of the virus. Our medical community has been begging this for a long time. The state has been promoting this for a long time. We can't even adhere to that outside the doors of this chamber to what everybody's recommended to slow this virus down. We're all guilty of it right out here. There's no social distancing, nothing. We can only blame ourselves for not acting sooner to mandate some kind of face covering ordinance as a temporary measure to help slow the transmission rate. It doesn't have to be a mask, it doesn't have to be anything surgical. All it's doing is slowing the droplets from traveling a certain distance. I think that we're behind, and I think that we can't necessarily backtrack and start enforcing it on the citizens. I think, honestly, the only way that we can control it as a government, as a temporary measure, is to put the mandates on the businesses where mass people exchange. And that's my opinion. Because there's no way to enforce an ordinance on the citizens when you can't control it outside the door of the chamber. There's no way to enforce it other than fines to businesses for not adhering to the policies that have been recommended by the medical communities for months and months and months. The only next thing is coming down the pipeline is a mandatory business shutdown of everything, and that's we can't afford another one of that. People up here are promoting it, their businesses, that they're gonna lose out, but what's gonna happen when it comes from a higher level that all businesses have to shut down? That's more detrimental down the road than a simple measure as a simple face covering in places where people gather. That's what I have to say about that.
Thank you. Okay, so Brad, so there's no Peter here then, I guess, huh? Is he? Okay. All right. Well, we will go on to the people that are here. Sven, come first, please.
All right, I'm Sven Johnson. Usually try to write something serious to say for public comment, but what can you really seriously say about this? I was wondering where all the city council was when I walked in here, and I guess they're at home. It's I had these comic books when I was a kid, G.I. Joe comic books, and there's a secret meeting of the Cobra Commander, and everyone's wearing masks just like this, and people around there, the bad guys around the world are up on the screen. And I don't know, I just thought of that when I walked in here and saw all this. But anyways, as far as try to say something serious about this, I mean, there's no legal authority for you to do this. There isn't. there's no legal authority for you to do this. And I mean, it's kind of like Andrew Jackson said when they made an illegal decision in the court. He says, you made the decision, now enforce it. I want to see this enforced, or how are you going to enforce it? It'll be impossible to enforce. And I mean, I just don't know what you're thinking. Besides that, and I'm surprised it hasn't happened across the whole United States, there's going to be a wave of lawsuits from all of the businesses and hopefully the individuals and families that this kind of thinking has damaged. You know, drug overdoses and deaths are up across the country because of the lockdowns and because of this kind of thinking. And, you know, as businesses start to fail and everything, I hope that there's class action lawsuits against cities who do this sorts of things. So let's not make Palmer that city. Let's not be like Anchorage. Palmer is thriving right now because we're not like Anchorage. So why are we trying to be more like Anchorage and go down the Berkowitz route? So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, Cole?
My name is Cole Guthrie. I'm a local resident of the Palmer area. I thank the council for hearing us tonight. I'd like to read some notes, if that's all right.
Sure.
As a local resident and as someone who has been in and served the community throughout the COVID-19 virus, as Ms. Holmes can attest to, I think it would be bad for our community, especially economically, to mandate the use of masks. This has also been attested to by local business members and owners. First point I would like to make is the fact that our wonderful state in general, and the town of Palmer specifically, was started and built on the idea that individual liberties combined with hard work are paramount for the greater good of our society, and the belief that those two things, in addition to divine providence, is the best bet for a healthy, thriving economy and people. That has not changed. Sickness may come and go, but those principles are immutable. The second point I would like to make is that the CDC's data itself proves that over 70% of those who wear masks religiously still find themselves getting sick. That is not a very good statistic on which to make a mandate that is likely to hurt our local economy. The best solution, as it has always been, is to let individual liberties reign and let those business owners who feel that they should require masks do so, and those businesses who don't continue to not, and you will find that in the end, the best interest of the whole population will be served, as it has always been through history and the other sicknesses the human population has overcome. If our economy falters or fails, that hurts all of us for a very long time and with an amplifying effect. I would also like to respectfully remind the council of their responsibilities to these amendments. Our 8th Amendment says neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. As far as I understand, Palmer, Alaska is subject to the jurisdiction of the United States of America, and I have not committed any crime that I should be caused to be a servant to and be told to do what I have to do with my own body as well as other. Also, the 14th Amendment says all persons born or naturalized in the United States, which I have been, and subject to its jurisdiction is a citizen of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of the citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of its laws. And I respectfully request that the council not enforce a law which shall abridge my privilege as a citizen of the United States. With that, I say thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Jessica? Sarah Jessica?
I'm Jessica. I am...
Your full name, please.
Jessica Balner. I choose to live in Palmer with my family because of the small town feel. We love it out here. I don't know if you've seen people wear masks locally, but they're on, they're off, their hands are here, they're on, they're off, they're touching. I find it better and safer, almost to just wash our hands more, be aware of our surrounding. Wash our carts as I always have. Wash your hands when you get home. Have your kids wash their hands. Eating healthy. I feel like these are things that we need to be more aware of. As far as a mask mandate for Palmer, I don't agree with it. I feel like if a business is wanting to mandate their customers to wear a mask, let the business choose that. I choose to shop Palmer local. I love local Palmer stores. It's a huge turnoff to me to make me wear a mask to shop in your store locally. But if that's their choice, that's their choice. We can all go about our business. I can respect that. I personally know 2 businesses in Palmer that do not want this mask to go through. I fear that out of fear that they might have to close down because of it, which Palmer can't really afford that. There's not really a lot of room for that. It's small, and I appreciate that. Another thing that I have noticed and am aware of is we've been able to keep our schools open, specifically Swanson, who is a K-12 school, who isn't required to wear masks. They've had minimal closures. They've had 2 classes have to required to close. And I think that's important. I find that very, very important for our kids. They need to be in school. I'm a mom to 3 boys who have remained and are very involved with local sports. And I appreciate that. I also think that's important. Do I want my kids wearing a mask while they are working out and on the ice or, on the field or running around? No, that's just so unhealthy. It's physically impossible, I find. I mean, I can't work out with them. I know I don't want my kids doing that. The risk of, other things that get trapped in there and other germs, and it's awful. But I respect people's decisions to wear masks, and I just hope that you guys can respect us who don't want to wear them, and don't make this mandate for Palmer. Let us choose. So, thank you.
Okay, Leah Jones.
Hi, I'm Leah Jones. I am also a resident in the Palmer area, and I would like you guys to consider some things I'd like to say. I am in opposition of the mask mandate. Sorry, my notes are out of order. The first thing that I would like to talk about is I hope that you guys can take into account what people are saying here today and make a decision that's going to be best for our community as a whole. I have chose to live in the Palmer area. I work in Palmer. My kids go to school in Palmer, and that's a choice. I feel that, or I've heard that this mandate has been copied upon the Anchorage mandates, and Anchorage is a big city. Palmer is a smaller city, and I think a lot of people choose to live and be here for that purpose. If I wanted to live in Anchorage, I would move there. I just don't think that this big city mandate is a one-size-fits-all for every city. The other thing I would like to talk about is also the small businesses, to think about how this is going to affect them. Again, let it be their choice to choose whether or not they want their customers coming in to wear a mask. You guys state that it's going to be on the business owners to regulate this and enforce this, and I don't think that that's a very good idea to pit the community against each other. I believe that the business should have the right to choose what requirements they have for people to shop at their stores. I also do a lot of shopping. I pride myself on shopping local, and I know a lot of people do. And with the holidays coming up and businesses already having a hard time, I just don't think that this is very responsible for the city to do that. I'd also like you to consider how this is going to affect our local churches. There are many, many churches in the city limits of Palmer, and I just can't fathom quite in my head how my local church is going to have our worship service if this is enacted. For every single person to be 25 feet away from each other without a mask. Most churches don't have a facility large enough for that to happen, and I'm just not quite sure how it's going to work out to be able to hear somebody with a mask over their mouth trying to sing to the congregation with a mic up to their phone. So please think about that, and it is everybody's right to religion and worship and do the things that they want to in their churches. The other concern, very large concern that I have is how this is going to affect the school, specifically Swanson, which is a K through 2. Currently, the Mat-Su School District has not required face masks for those children. That school is within city limits. I think that it's beyond the reach of the city to be able to tell the school district how my child should have to wear a mask or not when they have already decided that it hasn't. When the governor's mandate came out, the school came out with a decision and said that they were not going to reverse the mask mandate for the K through 2. They were going to keep kids in school. And in fact, that school has had very minimal closures due to COVID. And I think that you guys should take that into account when making your decision. I did contact the principal at Swanson and brought it to their attention. They had no idea that this was coming up, so they were going to be discussing it, and I hope that however that works out, that again, I don't think it's right that you guys kind of trump what the school district says. Again, I would like to thank you for your time and listening to me, and just ask again that let the community of Palmer continue to make their own decisions on how to handle this COVID situation. Let the businesses make their own decisions, and let people continue to support and love the community that we live in without government overreach of power. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, John Little, or Litter, maybe it is?
Yeah, that's it.
No?
Oh, did you say Loer?
Looks like, let me take my glass, Loster. You live on
L-O-S-I-E-R?
I know it's IER at the end, how about that?
Yeah, yes.
And you're John?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll start there.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I would have known as you guys. Go ahead, sir.
Well, thanks for hearing us out. And my understanding, my name's John Loer. I'm against the mandate and the mask mandate. On short notice, without any preparation of notes, and I would say, based on my understanding of the mandate, this is a by proxy encroachment on personal liberty. As a few have already mentioned, by putting the impetus on local businesses to enforce this and punishing them if they don't, there's a great likelihood that businesses will be fined beyond a reasonable way to repay those fines. And local sentiment, if you can't already tell based on the lines, is that people, even if this becomes, even if this mandate passes, nobody's going to respect it. And businesses are either going to suffer because people aren't going to shop there, or they're going to suffer because they'll be fined until they can't repay the fine. So another thing, as was mentioned, the unreasonable distance between individuals that they need to maintain for a virus that has a mortality rate lower than secondhand smoke, lower than infant mortality. You have a greater chance of dying just by being born than by dying from this virus. Keep that in mind as you're trying to take away our right to choose whether or not we put something over our mouth, which also causes health issues as you've heard tonight. So that's my take on it. I agree that people cannot practice religion in a reasonable way. They can't go to church in a reasonable way, as is tradition for many people. Worship is impeded. I agree with that 100%. And to say that somebody can remotely attend a service, it just reflects a misunderstanding or a disrespect towards personal religious freedom. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you. And then are you L.E.? Okay.
Hi, my name's Leah. So I'm really against this mask thing because what I think is the mask with lots of people wearing, it's a cotton kind. Actually, does it really help you block the disease? If you're gonna pass in the disease, things you're gonna cut anyways. So I really don't think the mask gonna help you. So I think you should let people choose. Either they have it to wear the mask or they don't wear it, because freedom for people to choose. That's what I think. Because it's really the ones we're having right now actually does not really help unless it's N95, which is the medical term used. Otherwise, it's not going to help you, protect you from this disease. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there a Birch in here? Oh, that's you. Okay.
Yes.
Why didn't I?
I am Bert Huftelling. I am from the Valley. I think this mask mandate is something that does not need to happen. I conduct business throughout the entire state of Alaska. I am constantly on the go. My main business was within Anchorage. That has changed dramatically since COVID has struck and the mask mandate has been put into place. Most of the companies and businesses that I used to do business with are no longer in business. They have shut their doors permanently. They are a part of the 16,000 people that have lost their jobs, not including the 30% that have lost their businesses within Anchorage alone. If we are to go statewide, we are looking at over 44,000 jobs that will not be here by the end of this year. We are looking at a 35 to 40% business loss in the small business industry. If it wasn't for the Valley right now, I would be on the food line. I would be asking for help from my welfare or something along those lines so that I would be able to feed my child and make sure that they are able to survive. The Valley has kept me alive. Why? Because all the businesses and people that live within Anchorage are coming out here and distributing their money left and right, which means that they're putting an over surplus on this stuff that I service within this community, which means that my calls have gone through the roof out here in the Valley. It has made up, not completely, but it did make up a large portion of what I had lost in revenue coming from Anchorage. I cannot name how many businesses I am so sad to see lost within Anchorage because of their mask mandates. And to hear that we have a group, a private group here in the Valley, made up of about 250 people that have created their own page, that have made this day happen. That this is being pushed by very far progressive, left-leaning people that are trying to instill the same mandates that Anchorage has put into place. That if you have been to any of the protests and rallies that have been out the Lusac Library because of what they have done, if you think what is going on outside in sub-zero temperatures is a little bit outrageous, just wait. It's only going to get worse if we close down our city here in Palmer. I don't want to see my business go bankrupt. I don't want to lose what I have available to me to be able to earn an income. If you do put a mask mandate out here, I'll guarantee you, you're going to lose the business that's here in Palmer. The few customers that I do have here in Palmer, I doubt that I will be seeing them again because they're no longer going to need my services because their stuff isn't going to break anymore because they don't have the flow of customers coming through their doors. Anchorage is paying the price. Do you really want to see Palmer do that too? Thank you.
Thank you, Brent. Okay. Okay, Kenneth Johnson and Eric, if I could ask you to leave, please, because as people testify, we're asking them to leave so we bring room for the people out there. So, Thank you, and you can listen to it, it's being taped live on the radio, yeah. Uh-huh, and thank you for coming. Okay, Kenneth Johnson. Tom, is there a Kenneth Johnson out there? Thank you. While we're waiting for him to come in, is there Laura Brockman? Okay.
Hi, my name is Laura Brockman. I'm coming out tonight just to exercise my right to come before the mayor, deputy mayor, and city manager and council. I come tonight just asking you to really take a look at, for every study that you can find that supports mask use, you can find another one that doesn't support mask use. I'm going to read a few things from a group called the Swiss Policy Research. Let me just tell you a little bit about them first before I read this. They're an independent, nonpartisan, and nonprofit research group investigating geopolitical propaganda in Swiss and international media. SPR is composed of independent academics and receives no external funding. I think that's important as we look at statistics and studies. Are they getting any money? Who's behind it? So here's some things that they found. There's increasing evidence that the SARS-2 coronavirus is transmitted at least indoor settings, not only by droplets, but smaller aerosols. However, due to their large pore size and poor fit, cloth masks cannot filter out aerosols. Over 90% of aerosols penetrate or bypass the mask and fill a medium-sized room within minutes. The WHO admitted, that is the World Health Organization, to the BBC that its June 2020 mask policy update was due not to new evidence, but political lobbying. We had been told by various sources, WHO committee reviewing the evidence had not backed masks, but they recommended them due to political lobbying. This point was put to WHO, who did not deny. An analysis of the US CDC found that 85%, I think this has been already said tonight, infected with the new coronavirus reported wearing a mask always. 70.6%, or often 14.4%, compared to the control group of uninfected people. Always wearing a mask did not reduce the risk of infection. Just a few more things here. I think a few people had talked about this, the risks associated with masks. The WHO warns of various side effects such as difficulty breathing and skin rashes. Tests conducted by the University of Leipzig in Germany have shown that masks significantly reduce the resilience and performance of healthy adults, and there's severe psychological consequences to mask wearing. I am obviously against mask wearing. I believe people have the freedom to choose, and I think we should continue that in Palmer. Thank you for your service. I appreciate the work that you do. Thank you.
Are you Kenneth, sir? Are you Kenneth Johnson? No. Brad, did we find a Kenneth Johnson? We did not. Okay, all right. So, Margaret Low, you're next. Then John, you're after her. You want John to go first? Oh, okay. Okay, all right.
My name is John Low, and I live up on Lazy Mountain in Palmer. And I represent probably a good 50 friends and neighbors in this valley that believe the same as I do. And you've been hearing them, I guess, and I appreciate y'all taking the time to listen as well. I am against the proposal for the following reasons. Number one, I am 73 years old and have no fear of the coronavirus. I believe I have had it already and not known it, or it was similar to a mild, non-disabling flu, and I survived. I have been in more than 100 shopping stores and gatherings since the virus outbreak, maskless. When I have, where I have been exposed without concern of non-survival. And the second reason is I believe the CDC statistics given on September 25th, 2020, that I, a 73-year-old man, have almost a 95% chance of surviving this corona flu if I contract it. And the survival percent goes up to 99.99% for the young ones. All those 50 years old and younger, the survival rate is similar to that of the flu. So 0.02% don't survive of 50-year-olds and younger. So I don't see where the pandemic is and where the big concern is. And the third reason is, and then there is the oxygenator that can tell how much oxygen is in the blood. I check my level with this tiny little inexpensive apparatus that I check whenever I may be feeling a little like I might have something, some symptoms. And if my oxygen blood level is lower than 90%, I better head for the hospital because I'm going to need some attention from the doctor. So because of all these things and many others that we've heard as well tonight, there is no need for mandatory mask wearing for healthy people. We didn't and we don't act this way about the flu bug or common cold. We just learn to deal with it. Through our American history, we have seen that that the sick and ill quarantined and took preventative measures to be healthy. But as long as one is healthy, he should do his best to eat right, exercise, and do all these things, and then just be ready for whenever it's his time to go.
Okay. Thanks,
That
John.
3 minutes sure went by fast.
Okay, Margaret, did you want to come? And then Brad, do you have a new sheet for me? Because I only have one more name on this sheet. Okay, you can.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Low. I live up on Lazy Mountain. I've been in Palmer area since 1996 as a resident. And I am very concerned about this proposal. I'm a business owner, and I do not want to have to mandate masks for my customers. I don't wear one myself. I feel very sick when I do, and so I don't think that we should have to make our customers have to wear masks. We are smart people. We've been dealing with this since March. And if you look at the statistics, I just went to the CDC before I came. And most of the deaths have already happened. Now people are just getting sick. And we can deal with this flu. The pandemic really is over. It's just a flu season now. Thank you. And the CDC says that I looked at the states and how many deaths have been in the states, all of the states. And they started out with the most deaths and went down from there. And where did you find Alaska? I found Alaska as state number 49 out of 50 states. The only state that has less deaths than Alaska is Vermont. Alaska is a huge state. We know how big it is, with lots of fresh air. We don't need masks to stay healthy. We have fresh air here. And the deaths are almost nil now. There's only been 100 deaths in Alaska. So I don't think that masks are going to help now. And also, I would like you all to write down a website, and please go visit this, and just spend 10 or 15 minutes watching some of the videos there. It's called America's Frontline Doctors. And I would really appreciate it if you would write that down and go visit America's Frontline Doctors. These are all doctors that have decades of experience treating people, and they have all been treating people with COVID. America's Frontline Doctors. And they will tell you their experiences. I watched one on masks just before I came. And this doctor had an example of a man that was wearing a mask that we're all asked to wear, you know, the typical surgical mask. And he was working with sheetrock dust, sheetrock. And they took the mask off, and his face was covered in sheetrock dust. And that is I believe it said a 0.3 size particle. And the coronavirus particles are 0.0125, which is much smaller than sheetrock dust. So those masks are not doing you any good when you're wearing them. So there's a lot more on that website. I would appreciate if you would look at that. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, and Ronald, is there a Ronald?
Yeah, that's me.
Would you come and testify, sir, please?
Say again?
Will you come and testify? You
Yes,
signed up
ma'am.
to testify? Yeah, okay, go ahead. Give your name and.
My name's Ronald Downey. I'm a 40-year Alaska resident. I am opposed to the mask mandate for many reasons. Among them, the top three I'll share with you. First, science. My wife and I are in the medical field. My wife is a microbiologist. Her last post was chief of the lab at Providence Hospital in Anchorage. She's resigned her post. She's left. She left because of in her view, the absurd ignorance and ignoring of the facts germane to this mandate. Even to the extent that there is a threat from this particular coronavirus. Coronas are very common. Coronas are non-virulent. There's a lot of hype around it. Please pay attention to the science. But to the extent that there is such a threat, I don't believe there is, but again, to the extent that there is, masks don't help. They don't make any difference at all. There's one type of mask that's typically used in the medical field. One, and even that one mask is questionable. Just look at the science. So please take a look at that in making your decision, if you haven't made up your mind already. In my own field as a specialized neurologist, I can also attest to the same. I tend to side with the microbiology standpoint. The science is very clear there. Please pay attention to it. It's easy to find. I realize that's not your industry, but I'm sure you can consult with experts. Secondly, from a legal perspective, from a constitutionality perspective, a mask mandate violates the Constitution of the United States. Clearly. It's something I would think that you and your physicians would care quite a bit about. Please examine it. It's oppressive. And third, from a personal perspective, for a number of years, both my wife and I have had our business in Anchorage. We have, for the last 2 or 3 years, considered a move, as some of our colleagues have done, to the Palmer area. We would like to do that. With this mandate, we're not likely to. In fact, I can assure you that we won't. The 3 minutes does go quite quickly, doesn't it? I hope that this mask mandate doesn't become the match that ignites a powder keg, because I think you can all sense everywhere in the state there is a powder keg ready to be ignited. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Ready. Leah. Is it? L-Y-N-A-L. And the last, oh, okay.
My name is Ellis Sandy, and I am speaking today for the mask mandate. I'm one of the few here, actually. When does my time start? Now?
Go ahead.
So, I've heard a lot of things presented just in the few minutes that I've been standing here. You know, our government has a history of wanting to protect its citizens. Seatbelt laws, helmet laws, insurance laws, jaywalking laws, laws against sewage disposal, food allergen labeling laws, even laws regulating the use and sale of alcohol. These laws have all been declared constitutional, despite the fact that many citizens disagree with them based on their feelings that it is violating their rights. It would appear to me that as a borough and as a city, not enough of our neighbors are helping to protect others with our skyrocketing COVID numbers. We have come to the point where it is up to government to, once again, step in to help protect its citizens. We're nearly 10 months into a pandemic and people are still refusing to acknowledge the scientific fact that masks do help to slow the spread of COVID-19. It's been proven in many countries, in many areas. I'm a mother of 5 children. I 100% believe in the freedom of choice when there is risk. And scientific fact has proven that there's very, very little risk to wearing a mask, and yet people still refuse, claiming that it is a freedom of choice. My children are people who I hope will grow to become active and engaging members of this town. One of my children suffers from asthma. I find it not only sad, but frankly appalling that many members of our community seem to find his immune weakness of little consideration when making the choice to not wear a mask. I hear many say, just keep him home. If you're that worried, don't go into public. And then I hear those same voices telling me that my children should be in school because they should be socialized. So which is it? Keep my child home, keep him away from everyone, or socialize him? And what about our elderly who are also at risk? Year after year, I see posts, I see advertisements, I hear relatives talk about how lonely it can be to be an elderly person. Do we expect them to also stay at home and to isolate themselves because we cannot and will not protect them? I try my hardest to be selective about which businesses we frequent, but there have been times when I've walked into a business here in Palmer and found that not only were patrons not wearing masks, but employees were also not wearing masks. And at that point, when I've already entered an establishment, the possibility for contamination has happened. Just a fact. Okay, well, I will continue forward. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay, Michael Ellis. Go ahead.
First, I'd like to thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I really appreciate it. I'm obviously Michael Ellis. I am in the National Guard, and I used to work contract security. I don't anymore because the social distancing mandate has put a lot of people out of work or not coming to work or working from home. When people work from home, there's no need for security, especially in the federal buildings and different places where there's so few people. I spent 4 months not working because it was very hard to find a job during this. Luckily, the National Guard has been able to employ me and keep me employed so that I can keep my house and take care of my family since I'm the sole provider for my family. These mandates are harsh on the people, and I don't think it's a good idea. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, and Stu?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Stu. I'll keep it short because there's a lot of people outside in the cold.
Is there still a lot out there, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do not support this mandate. I don't think it's your guys' place to tell us what to do. I think you go to cars, you go to Fred Meyer's, you go inside the stores, you see 90+% of the people inside those stores wearing masks already. All the employees wearing masks. People believe in us, believe in the community. It's not up to you to decide what's best for us. It's up to us to decide what's best for the community. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Can you say your last name?
Shermer.
Huh?
Shermer?
It's written here, so, okay. Jesse? Ooh. Oh, Kenneth Johnson. Yeah, he was on the list. I'm sorry, do you mind, sir? Thank you, okay. Come and testify. Uh-huh.
Hi, I'm Kenneth Johnson, late to the party. Sorry it's cold out there. So I came here to say no. Obviously, long line out there. Don't need to say too much, and it hasn't already been said. I don't think you've probably ever had as much of a turnout as you have today. So I think that should speak pretty high volumes at how angry people are, how much they think you've overstepped your bounds as your responsibility, and how much they just want to testify that, just let us make our own decisions. Let business owners run their business the way they want to run it. And, like our governor said, that you quoted in your reason for doing this, leave it up to us to have personal responsibility to step up and do the right thing. We don't need mommy behind us telling us to wipe her nose, and we definitely don't need an overreaching government telling our businesses under penalty of enforcement by our good officers to, you better make sure you do as we say and not let people come to your store. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jesse?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for taking the time to listen to me. I just wanted to stand up today and just, hear my opinion heard. I don't believe that this is right. I believe that it's government overreach. I've been downrange with the military on multiple occasions to fight for the freedoms of this country, and I believe that today they're being snipped away at as fast as we can throw them out there. And this is just one more of those things. It's trickled down from a federal level to a state level, and here we are now down to a city, and this is the end result. And I think that this is a very slippery slope, very slippery slope. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jesse Pease.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, the Cenic?
Jen.
Yeah, I can't, what's it supposed to say? J-U-H?
Jen.
Oh, J-E-N.
Sorry, my hands
Okay,
were frozen.
that's all right. Okay. Well, I'm sorry, butchered your name. We'll still listen to your testimony, okay?
Good evening. My name is Jen Cenic, and I appreciate this opportunity to address the council concerning a mask mandate. A mandate is something that should be taken very seriously. There should be consensus of we the people, decisive scientific evidence, calculation of the risk and reward of businesses, and most importantly, proof of success when used in other locations in Alaska. Prior to becoming a full-time homeschool teacher, I worked as a nurse. As any care provider knows, one of the prerequisites for patient care is to be fit tested for a respirator mask. This type of mask prevents airborne viral infection. The CDC says COVID-19 is airborne. Per the Occupational Safety and Health Administration's own site, a respirator mask cannot, and I quote, protect you if it doesn't fit your face. It is that simple. During the recent California wildfires, the CDC stated on its website that cloth masks do not catch harmful particles in smoke. This is puzzling because the harmful particles in smoke are 4 to 5 times larger than viruses. The only consistency from the CDC is its persistent flip-flopping on its opinions. Remember, we have been fed contradictory information from the CDC since March, and we as Alaskans do deserve better. With lacking science, we should expect to see widespread evidence of mask mandates being beneficial in Alaska. I compared the data. Anchorage has had stricter lockdowns and mask mandates. The borough so far has left that decision to we the people. The U.S. Census Bureau reports that the municipality of Anchorage has a population about 2.7 times larger than the Mat-Su borough. The most recent updates of COVID cases by KTUU in their November 17th evening article reported that 497 resident cases came out of the municipality of Anchorage and 26 in the Mat-Su borough. Even if you multiply the cases to make up for the population difference, you are still looking at a difference of more than 400 cases. Something is behind these disparities. Masks are not the causal link. I believe, as Thomas Jefferson so wisely stated, that government is best which governs the least, because its people discipline themselves.
Elizabeth?
I only got a minute and a half though. Her time started at 1:50.
Did you only have a minute and a
Okay,
half?
we'll give you one more minute.
Oh, sure. Well, good. I'm glad you
Okay.
caught it. Thank you. Thank
So,
you. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just to
Go.
finish that. So,
Sure.
even if we multiplied the cases to make up for the population difference, you would still be looking at those 400 cases of a difference. So would mandates benefit individuals and the businesses that they frequent? I would argue no. Several large businesses have already mandated masks in their stores, as is their right to do. This year has brought undue burden, though, on small businesses. The last thing that struggling business owners need to be worried about is how to be the mask police. Don't send the citizens of Palmer to Amazon when they would rather shop locally. Please, it is the holiday season. In conclusion, we do not have consensus by we the people. We have contradictory science. Zero causation can be attributed to mandates so far in our Alaska communities. Business owners may suffer the most. We just don't have a basis for enforcement. Let the people of Palmer continue being responsible citizens, and I will say it again, as Thomas Jefferson wisely stated, that government is best which governs the least, because its people discipline themselves.
Elizabeth?
Hi. Thank you for having me. My name is Elizabeth Hanan. I'm a resident of Palmer. I'm a mother of 5 and grandmother of 13. I think what I wanted to say is longer, so let's cut it short here. I wear a mask if requested or when obviously necessary because I have chosen to temporarily put my comfort aside for the good of those around me. Everywhere I go, I see many, many Alaskans doing the same thing, using common sense and choosing. In my opinion, enacting an emergency ordinance of this kind would severely set back any progress of our community and business owners have made in recovering from the economic shutdown of this year. As we have moved through the life of this virus and gained more knowledge on how to respond and mitigate its effects, Palmer business owners have already been some of the most capable at showing the rest of us what to do. Enacting a mask mandate on the people and businesses of Palmer will not help to mitigate an already difficult and trying time. Business owners will be required to be the de facto enforcers of the mandate. This is an unfair and nonsensical burden to place on them. It will not improve business-customer relations. For instance, what exactly does compel removal mean? How will the city of Palmer pay for enforcement of the mandate? Have the costs of the inevitable litigation been accounted for? What if an individual stays there medically exempt from wearing a mask or any alternative? Will the gatekeepers at the grocery store ask for proof, ask for papers? Even more dangerous than this virus is the tendency of poor governments to remove the agency of the individual. And in this atmosphere of heightened fear across our country, this has had severe unintended consequences. It has been a short-term action with long-term negative impacts. It has proven to be a cure worse than the disease. Business slowdown or shutdown has created unemployment, poverty, hardship, abuse, neglect, addiction, and the list goes on. Overall community frustration exacerbated by capricious mandates creates tension, anger, outbursts, and erodes the public peace. These impacts span generations. The inherent rights that each human holds do not diminish or take a back seat during a viral outbreak. I believe that wearing a mask is an individual choice and it should not be mandated at any level of government. I don't think that there's proof out there, scientific irrefutable proof. There's a lot of conflict. The lady before me talked about the differing things coming out of the CDC and the different health organizations around the world. It's confusing, it's flip-flopping, and until we have something that is concrete and solid and provable, I think this is unnecessary overreach by the government, and so I'm against the mask mandate.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Rachel? I think that's what it is.
That's what it is, but she's not going to testify. I am.
Oh, okay.
It's the other next person on the list.
And are you on this list?
Yes. Rebecca. Oh, she's above me.
Well, we just had one Rebecca.
No, Elizabeth. Elizabeth.
Oh, okay. Okay, you're right. Okay, Rebecca? Yeah, thank you. And so Rachel's not going to testify. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Rebecca Gall. I have been in Palmer for 12 years. We bought a house out here and we love it. I am also a foster parent for the Matsu area, and I have been a foster parent for 6 years. They call us when they have special needs kids, and I'm here to speak to the language in the Anchorage mandate that I'm very concerned that I don't want that here for special needs children. I've followed Anchorage's stuff very closely because we have a church in Anchorage in that area, and I teach Sunday school, and I have children, and then I have special needs children. So what's very concerning to me is the language in the Anchorage one. I feel like it's very discriminatory for special needs people, and the reason is because I have nonverbal children. I have 3 on the autism spectrum, and the one is completely, he has some words now because we've spent a long time repairing him, but he's nonverbal. I took him to an appointment at the asthma allergy clinic that we have here in Palmer. I want to say it was a couple months ago, and we walked in and they were in full PPE. They made us wear masks as well. And he looked at me, and he's very compliant, but he's 11, a very sweet little boy. But he looked at me, and I could see the panic in his face. I'm like, it's okay, it's okay. And even though he can hear and his ears aren't damaged, he's working on facial cues and things like that. And then you can't tell him why he's got to put a mask on. He's not going to understand you. And he's very compliant. He let the lady put a mask on, but it kept falling off. And then she didn't even ask me. She just came up and kept like fixing him. I'm like, you're touching my kid. So that's a whole other thing. But anyway, so we're in there. She's in full PPE, and they're asking him to step on a scale. And he's looking at me like, what am I supposed to do? And I said, honey, come here. And I just helped him up on the scale. And it was so unfair to him, and it was so discriminatory because we weren't sick. They took our temperatures when we walked in, and I don't want to hear the whole there's people that are asymptomatic and spreading it. That has been disproven. And I have an elderly mother. Anytime I think there's any kind of symptoms or anything going on, we have social distance. We have protected her. We protect our kids. I have 2 boys that work at cars here in Palmer, and they've been wearing masks since the thing went down, but they're 17 and 21. And you can explain to them why they're wearing a mask. So what I've watched happen in Anchorage is that we have some nonverbal people in the community, some that really struggle on the far end of the spectrum that can't understand why they have to put a mask on. And it's like impossible for them. And so they're stuck in their houses. They're being told by people, well, then you just need to keep your people, your children, your daughters, whoever they are, you just need to keep them home. And you need to order your groceries. So these people that can't understand why they have to wear a mask are stuck. I didn't even get to finish. That's my big concern, is that it's not fair to people with disabilities.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Big Mike Robinson. Oh yeah, there you are.
I go by Big Mike. I am the president of the Alaska chapter of the Proud Boys, and
Sure.
one of our things as we get together as a chapter is we like to drink beer in dive bars and talk about how awesome it is to be an American. And part of being an American is understanding the First Amendment. And among the First Amendment are 5 rights. Within those rights are the right to peaceably assemble and the right to petition government for redress of grievances, which is why we're here right now. All right, peaceably assemble and petition the government for redress of grievances. Well, just because something is a good idea according to somebody doesn't mean that it has to be mandatory for everyone. Just because I think it's a good idea for everybody to eat pizza and drink beer and wear a Fred Perry polo shirt and a red MAGA hat doesn't mean that everybody should do it. You should only do it if you want to. All right? If you are afraid and want to wear a mask, wear a mask. But requiring me to do something for my own good is nothing short of tyrannical government action. My wife is an immigrant. She just got her citizenship a year and a half ago. She escaped a communist country with her parents in Romania when she was a little girl. She came to America to be free and to escape socialism. And now she is afraid that her new country, her adopted country, where she worked hard to earn her citizenship, I was born here, it was an accident of birth on my part. She came here by choice, okay? So if anybody's proud to be American, has earned that right to be proud, it's my wife, all right? And now she is afraid that even in the tiny city of Palmer, where we live, it is turning into a tyrannical form of government. There are cities where people are being wrestled to the ground and arrested because they have left their homes and are not wearing a mask. It's happening in Australia, it's happening in Europe, and it's starting to happen here. That can happen in Palmer if we don't stop it before it starts. Now, I'm not saying any of you here have ill designs on the rest of us. We're not saying that, all right? But it's the camel's nose in the tent. Once it starts there, then it becomes wear a covering over your head, like women in Muslim countries are forced to do. This isn't any different. For many religious people, and I'm an Orthodox Christian, many religious people think that it is akin to the mark of the beast. You can't buy or sell in a store without this mark. And this is one step closer to that. Please do not do that, because people will resist, they will refuse to obey, and then you're going to have all kinds of problems that you just don't want to have to deal with. And I have a hard time believing that our brave men in blue are going to arrest people for not wearing a useless piece of cloth over their nose and their mouth. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Caratina, is that? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, looked like that was, L was crossed, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Carolina Garmin. I'm coming before you today as an educated citizen of the Palmer community in opposition to the mask mandate. I'm here to speak up for the rights of myself, my family, and my community. The media, politicians, and pharmaceutical companies have been pushing a fear-based narrative for months now about a virus with a proven survival rate of over 99.9%. They have continuously been called out for botching death counts with outrageous claims blaming essentially a common cold for the deaths of terminal cancer patients, car crash victims, bacterial pneumonia deaths, which incidentally is what is caused by wearing masks for long periods of time, among other ridiculous lies. Thousands of experienced and well-educated scientists, doctors, and epidemiologists have stepped forward to present honest, unbiased findings, contradicting the fear-based narrative that the media and local governments are pushing. We've all heard the case counts and have been subject to encouragement to get tested. What the governor and mayors are failing to inform their citizens, who are being controlled so well by fear tactics, is that when you test more for anything, you will find more of what you were looking for, especially when the tests are so wildly inaccurate, unable to distinguish between the live and dead virus, thus giving many false positives. Also, with every positive test, the death toll grows smaller. It has also been proven by well-accredited scientists that the virus cannot be spread through asymptomatic transmission. Also, our local and national hospital capacity rates are 5% lower than last year, so there's no reason to blame the healthcare capacity for any bill. It's not within the government's rights, nor is it productive, but actually harmful to try and force citizens to wear masks or undergo any medical procedure, such as a nasal swab test. It's unconstitutional to require anything of our citizens regarding a virus that will never go away and is not life-threatening for a vast majority of the population. The suicide rates alone are much higher than any death toll COVID could ever produce. If this is truly about safety and health, start encouraging your citizens to lead healthier lifestyles and boost their immune systems. In closing, I remind you, cities with mask mandates show higher infection rates, including Anchorage. Masks do not protect you. They lower your immune response and cause hypercapnia, which is when you have too much carbon dioxide in your bloodstream from not breathing enough oxygen properly. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Jubilee?
My name is Jubilee Underwood, and I just kind of wrote this when I was out there. But as an elected official, it is your job to be a public servant. As you have witnessed tonight, many of the public has sat out in 4-degree weather, me personally, for over an hour, freezing. But to testify that our wishes and our desires are that you hear our voice and not just do what you want to do. It is my constitutional right to govern my own medical choices for my body. My choice is to eat healthy, to exercise, and to take correct supplements to make sure that my immune system is in working order. It is my choice if I want to wear a mask or not wear a mask. If a private business has a rule, as in the no shoes, no service rule, that is their prerogative to do so. And it is also my prerogative if I would like to shop there or not shop there. That is what a choice is. I would like to know when it has become your duty to govern how I manage my own personal health. It is not your right as a public servant to tell me how to govern my body for my medical choices. The Constitution for you to tell me what to wear over my face as an American when I'm out on the streets, when I'm in public, to tell me who I can hang with and who I can't hang with and how many people I can hang with for the holidays or in my own place of worship. There is what's called a peaceable right to assemble. And if you're a public servant, then you should know what our Constitution says, you should know what our Bill of Rights say, and if you don't, then you don't have any right to be in the position that you're holding tonight. The people have spoken tonight, and they've spoken clearly. It is not your job to mandate our health regulations. If people want to choose to wear a mask when they go out, they can do so. If people want to order food services for pickup and delivery, they can do so, because that is the joy of living in America, and that is the joy of being able to have the right to choose. If I choose to go out and risk a virus that has statistically a 99.7% chance of recovery, then that is also my choice. So I hope that you're listening tonight, because if you do go against the Constitution and our Bill of Rights, we do not have to adhere to what your decision is. And as free Americans, we will not. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Joy?
Hello, my name is Joy Davidson, and just to make you guys aware that standing outside for an hour and a half in this cold weather, this shows that people are unhappy about this. And those of you who are new to the city council, I wouldn't expect that you'd be lasting very long if you enact such draconian measures on our town. If one is going to require masks to be worn by all people in their town, one would hope there would be massive evidence to support such a draconian measure. Sadly, quite the opposite exists. This is a little chart that I got from a CDC article. So this is the quality of evidence for science. All the evidence that the CDC is using now to tell that the masks are effective are down here. The kind of evidence that is high quality, and this is not, I'm not making this up, are meta-analysis. That's where they take many, many studies and they look over and they have random controlled studies. So there is a study, a meta-analysis study from CDC that says, looking at all the studies published from 1946 to 2018, reveals that there was no significant reduction in influenza with mask wearing. So we have a huge study that they looked through and they found absolutely nothing that showed that masks make any difference at all. And so to impose something like this on us when there are studies after studies that show that it makes absolutely no difference. WHO on June 5th, 2020 said, at present there's no direct evidence on the effectiveness of universal masking of healthy people in the community to prevent infection with respiratory viruses, including COVID-19. That's WHO. Masks are harmful to the wearer. Recent studies found that about a third of the healthcare workers developed headaches with the use of masks. Most had pre-existing headaches that were worsened by the mask wearing, and 60% required pain medications for relief. It is known that the N95 mask, if worn for hours, can reduce blood oxygenation as much as 20%, which can lead to a loss of consciousness. The importance of these findings is that a drop of oxygen level actually is associated with impairment in immunity. So now you're lowering your immune system. This occurs because hypoxia increases the level of a compound. So what you're doing is you're actually making COVID be more dangerous for you because you're lessening your immune system. My mask does not protect you from me. There's no evidence for these claims on the websites where these unscientific marketing messages are found. There are never references to science that supports the claims. In fact, despite almost everything that has been drilled into the public psyche regarding masks, has little to no basis in science and absolutely no robust support from the highest level evidence-based research.
Thanks, John. And David Wilson? Yeah, Brad and Tom, we probably have about 2 or 3 or 4 chairs in the very back corner back there that people can come in and sit. See all the way around that back. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to visit with you today. The use of face coverings has been a common response to help mitigate the spread of the COVID-19 virus, particularly in densely populated urban areas where people amass for large events, albeit with limited success. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, has provided excellent guidance regarding effective face mask usage as well as information regarding the limitations of effectiveness against spreading pathogens such as the COVID-19 virus. The CDC states that face masks are not a substitute for social distancing, systematically washing our hands and avoiding touching our faces. The CDC states that only N95 masks are effective at preventing the wearer from exposure to the COVID-19 virus, and the mask must be disposed of after each use or specifically treated for reuse. The CDC also states that only masks constructed with certain materials and design criteria are marginally effective at keeping the wearer from exposure to airborne pathogens, and only somewhat effective at preventing contaminated droplets from being exhaled into the immediate atmosphere. The majority of the masks that are worn by the public at large do not comply with any established medical standards, and no one has been able to adequately measure any effectiveness of their use in mitigating the spread of COVID-19. The CDC website states that it is still studying the effectiveness of different types of masks and will update our recommendations as new scientific evidence becomes available, unquote. If the CDC has not developed a definitive policy on face mask guidance for the American public due to a lack of scientific evidence, perhaps the Palmer City Council should wait until there is guidance established based on solid scientific evidence. Currently, the Matanuska Borough, which has an average of 47 new cases of COVID-19 per day and a rate of 43 cases per 100,000 people, contrasted with the Anchorage Borough, which has an average of 329 new cases of COVID-19 daily and a rate of 128 cases per 100,000 people. The Matanuska Valley, which does not have any face mask or social distancing mandates in place, has less cases per 100,000 people and has been having a decreased trend of COVID-19 cases over the last 14 days. Whereas Anchorage, which has implemented reactionary and ineffective face mask mandates, is now experiencing the highest infection rates in the state. The residents of Palmer and the Matanuska-Susitna Borough make up a very responsible community. We support each other, we support local business, and when we suspect we are sick or have been exposed to someone who has been sick, we extend the common courtesy to stay at home. Our community is doing a great job of mitigating.
Go ahead, finish your sentence. Do you have a couple more words in the sentence that you want to say? Or no,
our community is doing a great job of mitigating the threat of this pandemic while still keeping our community and local economy alive.
Can you say your name?
David Wilson.
Okay, Sawyer?
My name is Sawyer Graber. I'd like to read an article from the American Institute for Economic Research. The New England Journal of Medicine has published a study that goes to the heart of the issue of lockdowns. The question has always been whether and to what extent a lockdown, however extreme, is capable of suppressing the virus. If so, you can make an argument that at least lockdowns, despite their astronomical social and economic costs, achieve something. If not, nations of the world have embarked on a catastrophic experiment that has destroyed billions of lives and all expectation of human rights and liberties with no payoff at all. The American Institute for Economic Research has long highlighted studies that show no gain in virus management from lockdowns. Even as early as April, a major data scientist said that this virus becomes endemic in 70 days after the first round of infection, regardless of policies. The largest global study of lockdowns compared with deaths, as published in The Lancet, found no association between coercive stringencies and deaths per million. To test further might seem superfluous, but for whatever reason, governments all around the world, including the US, still are under the impression that they can affect viral transmissions through a range of non-pharmaceutical interventions like mandatory masks, forced human separation, stay-at-home orders, bans of gatherings, business and school closures, and extreme travel restrictions. Nothing like this has been tried on this scale in the whole of human history, so one might suppose that policymakers have some basis for their confidence in these measures to accomplish something. A study conducted by Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai in cooperation with the Naval Medical Research Center sought to test lockdowns along with testing and isolation. In May, 3,100 new recruits to the Marines were given the option to participate in a study of frequent testing under extreme quarantine. The study was called CHARM, which stands for COVID-19 Health Action Response for Marines. Of the recruits asked, a total of 1,800 young people agreed to be guinea pigs in this experiment, which involved weekly qPCR testing and blood sampling for IgI antibody assessment. In addition, the CHARM study volunteers who did test positively
Yes, Councilman Bass?
Sorry. In addition, study volunteers who did test positively on the day of enrollment were separated from their roommates and were placed in isolation. The results of this test were as follows. The cumulative number of recruits with qPCR test results going into the quarantine was 0.9%. Coming out, 2.8%. This was for the stringently tested study group. For the non-participants, at 14 days, they were tested with a 1.7% positive COVID test rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Tate? Hi.
Tate Zimmerman, pastor of Valley Fellowship. And you guys have heard all kinds of arguments why masks aren't effective and scientific data. I didn't know I was going to be giving a speech today, so I'll keep this pretty simple. Here in the Valley, we value our freedom, we value our liberty. We don't want to be like Anchorage. We feel like we can make decisions on our own as far as our health and safety and well-being, and also we have to question the legitimacy of the government in the city of Palmer to tell us whether or not we should put a face covering on, and if that's within their purview of their jurisdiction. We value liberty, and that may seem like a small thing, but liberty historically is an extremely rare, fragile blessing. It's just not something that's very common in the history of mankind, and once it's lost, it's hard to get it back. So we don't want to lose our freedom. We don't want to go down the road towards quarantines and these mandates, because the next thing, if we're going to go the direction that this is headed, the next step is going to be the domino effect of, first it's face mask coverings. Now we've established that you guys have the authority to dictate in the city of Palmer that these things, and the next step is if other people are doing lockdowns, we can do lockdowns too, and we know that that's devastating for the economy, the local economy. We can see what it's done in Anchorage and other cities, and the host of problems with depression, with cooping people in homes, the economic depression, and the fact that surgeries, and there's ramifications beyond just saving the lives that we're supposedly saving with COVID. So anyways, we value freedom here. We love our valley. We love the freedom we enjoy in Palmer and Wasilla and Matsuboro. So thank you.
Thanks, Clayton?
So I don't have a speech either. I wasn't planning on it, but I came here tonight to just be in support of these people that have all came before you, mostly that are opposing this. And I'm raising 5 children in the Matsu Valley, and I've lived here my entire life. And I think it's absolutely ridiculous that it's come down to this kind of nonsense, that we have to deal with this kind of stuff in a community of people that love their freedom and value that. And then we have people trying to dictate whether or not we should be allowed to go or do business with these masks. And I think you guys have heard plenty of information and evidence tonight that there's all kinds of studies and information that shows that these things don't work. They haven't worked yet. How long has this been going on? When did this start? Clear back in March that we started doing this stuff, and we're still dealing with it. And how many people are wearing masks already throughout Anchorage and all these other places? I think it should be quite obvious. And I think it's appalling that we've come down to this kind of stuff. And quite frankly, it's really strange for me for people to think that I can take my 5 children out into a community and go places and then try to explain to them what it's like in a society where we didn't have to do this, and what it's like to see people that actually have smiles on their faces and can communicate and deal with people in a proper way like you should be able to and not live in fear. There's been sicknesses and viruses since the beginning of time, and why do we think that putting masks on people's faces now is going to stop this from happening? So anyway, that's what I have to say, and I think it's something that you guys really need to consider and think about the repercussions of where this could go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clay Renner.
Andy?
Andy Kozacek, from Palmer. I didn't really prepare a speech either, but yeah, the thought that we can tell people with the government what they can and cannot do is just absolutely not American, and I'm a very red-blooded American, and I believe in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and this type of mandate stuff is not included in that. So I think the number of people who stood out in the cold and froze their butts off just to come out and give their let their voice be heard is reason enough to know that the community really doesn't want this. So,
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. We can bring some more people in. Do you have more people? We got to brief for. We'll have them. Gordon, your turn to testify. Thank you. So those four can sit right there.
Palmer City Council members, my name is Gordon DeVries. I'm a member of the Greater Palmer community. I'm here tonight to express my opposition to the mask mandate. I have several issues with the mandate, but the biggest one is that by passing the mandate, the city claims to have authority that it does not lawfully possess. This mandate directs the public to wear face masks when there's no actual legal means of doing so. The city of Palmer, the state of Alaska, and even the federal government does not have the constitutional authority to command people to wear face masks. There's no actual means of enforcement. This mandate does not carry the legal standing of actual law. This mandate infringes on the personal liberties of individuals. These liberties are enshrined in the U.S. Constitution, and as a U.S. citizen, does not give these liberties up just because they enter the city limits of Palmer. In addition to the impact on personal liberty, I'm concerned about the effect this mandate will have on small local businesses. Because this mandate lacks a legal means of enforcement, it relies on local businesses to enforce the city's bad policy. Point 5 of this mandate directs businesses to deny individuals access to services. So instead of business owners focusing on providing services to the community and staying afloat financially, they are directed to enforce a policy that alienates customers and hurts their business. Running a local business is hard enough. Do not put policies in place that drive customers to venues outside the city limits. This has happened in Anchorage and it will happen in Palmer. Even though I do not have a business front in the city, my wife and I hold business-related events here. Just recently, we had a meeting at Turkey Red and about 70 people attended. All these individuals ate lunch and purchased other services from local vendors during this day-long event. If Palmer had a mask mandate, we would have had our event outside the city limits. How many others are like us? I'm respectfully asking the City Council to reject this proposed mandate. We have seen firsthand what has happened with Anchorage. By getting a taste of emergency power, the Anchorage Assembly has become drunk on power and is no longer responsive to the concerns of its citizens. I'm concerned for Palmer City Council in the same way. Public servants, of which all of you are, do not get to mandate what people, whether they put face masks on or whether they decide to leave them off. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Is Corey not?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Sherman? Okay.
I wrote something up, but don't read it later. I'd rather say it since I was out here for a couple hours or better. My name's Sherman Leifer. I'm co-owner of the Palmer Bar. My cousin and I recently purchased it. I'm a third-generation Alaskan. My family moved to Palmer in 1985. I've maintained a residence here since 1997. Palmer Bar has been part of Palmer since 1936. We hope it feels the same in 2036 when it turns 100, if it's still there. We are struggling to make ends meet with the effects of this pandemic. We're currently treading water at best. With the mask mandate, it would sink our business over the winter, we believe. We employ 15 people, and we serve the community, providing food and drink to our customers. We'd like to continue to do that. We've followed all state requirements. We've implemented masks to be worn by all employees when in presence of customers, and been fortunate enough to only close a couple times since taking ownership. We're closed right now for 72 hours to clean as one of our employees began showing signs of sickness. We preemptively closed and cleaned our premises to be proactive and to protect our customers, our employees, and the community. Palmer has kept its small town appeal throughout its history, in contrast to Wasilla, a 5-mile stretch of highway malls. Palmer has kept this small town feel while being able to accommodate thousands of people as we usually do during the fair. I had a couple of things I had a couple other points that I was going to make, but it sounds like they've been addressed by other people very well. One main point is masks right now. If you are designated a close contact, it doesn't matter if you have a mask or not. Per the CDC and DHSS, 6 foot or 6 foot away and 15 minutes of contact is applicable whether you had a mask or not. In closing, I respectfully request that the Palmer City Council take this information to heart and as it makes this decision. This decision will impact all businesses. Some will withstand it and some will not. This is a virus and it will spread. However, it will pass as did the Spanish flu. I ask that you let the people decide for themselves whether or not to wear a mask and to not put this burden on the businesses that make Palmer, Palmer.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Tyler Jorgensen.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Tyler Jorgensen. I own Jorgensen Family Chiropractic right across the street. I've been excited to be able to see how we've handled these issues here in the Valley. It's been nice to see that people have been all in all respectful with some of the things that we've been struggling with as a community. And so I worry that things like this would send certain people over the edge with the ability to be kind to one another for those that decide not to wear a mask or cannot wear a mask, or if you've already had COVID, you may not need to wear a mask and if you've recovered. And so I worry about the ability for us to take care of one another like we should be able to take care of one another. And I worry about the Palmer's ability to share our services for those that are, if we have this mask mandate, that some people, one, don't want to wear a mask, and they want to go out, but they can't, and they don't want to spend money where they aren't able to spend money and have to wear a mask. And as someone that takes care of patients, it stops people from coming in, and that's quality of life that they're struggling with, but they don't want to come take care of it. One, because they're scared, and one, the mask mandate would stop them from doing so. And I've seen it multiple times. People are really struggling, and they don't want to come out, and they need to come out, and they can't, or they choose not to. But it's these type of things that I'm afraid would set not only my business, but other businesses too far past the ability not only to help people, but then to make a living. and those are the things that I worry about, that we aren't being able to take care of each other like we need to be able to take care of each other. And I don't feel like some of the mask mandates in Anchorage have really done what they've hoped it would do. And so my hope is that the decision really hasn't been made yet, and I'm glad we're talking about it. But I hope that the things that have already been talked about by other people and all the facts will be taken into account, and the people that own the businesses here will also be worried about. And I know that we're in some major things, but we also have lives to live and an ability to take care of our families. And I'm afraid that this would put some people over the edge, and my business included. So thank you for your time again. My name is Dr. Jordan.
Thank you. Is it Candy and Steve Carpenter? Yeah, or you can, no, or you can testify separately, however you're prepared and want to do it. Okay?
My name is Candace Carpenter.
Candace, okay,
And
thank you.
I'm super happy to be here tonight and have this privilege and this opportunity. And this is what, America is all about, freedom of speech and this opportunity. So I'm very grateful. I'm a mother of 5 children, and I'm just trying to teach them all how to love one another and how to live in this world and see both sides, see all the potential of, everything, and then make the best decision. And to me, this issue is all about preserving our rights. And like someone said, just a few people before me, freedom is super fragile and shouldn't be taken lightly. As a parent, I use the motto, I don't give too much too soon, and I feel like that can be used here. We need to err on the side of freedom preserved in this situation more than anything. There's way more danger every day when you step into your car and get in the car to drive. There's more danger in that than simply going outside and being amongst the people today. There's nothing scary about going out and being in public. Masks should be voluntary. I feel like if people are scared or feel compromised, let them make the choice and let them have the choice to wear a mask, and then let those that don't feel that, let them have the opportunity to make their own choices too. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to testify too, sir?
Sure. My name is Stephen Carpenter. I am a nurse anesthetist. I work in healthcare in the operating room at Matsu Regional. I wear a mask at work. That's what I do, and so I go to work all day wearing my mask. The last thing I want to do is wear a mask. You've heard the evidences and the science behind all the mask wearing and everything, and I just feel there's been a lot of scare tactics used in the media and the news, and I think people are afraid of the virus. Speaking anecdotally, as a healthcare professional, I have taken care of COVID positive patients, and it affects people differently. Just to share, most recently I took care of a patient. I had to wear full PPE to go talk to her, and she's laying in her bed. She looked like any of you, she was not fatally, mortally ill. But we had to follow these precautions that have been set forth because of this COVID virus. So I think the virus is not as deadly as what people think it is, or as dangerous. But people are afraid. And I believe wearing these cloth masks is maybe giving people false hope that it's going to be a protective thing for them. A virus is going to find its way in and out of these cloth masks. It just is. That's the truth. If you want to block a virus, you need to wear an N95 mask that has been tested and fit tested. There's all kinds of N95 masks, and they don't fit everybody's face. You have to have it personally tested. I wanted to thank you for hearing us out. Appreciate your time. I know you're putting in a lot of time tonight, so thank you very much, and that's all I have to say.
Okay. Sydney?
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Sydney Carpenter. I guess I'm here just to show that there are a lot of people that don't think that a mask mandate is right. I think that we've given a lot of options for those who don't want to wear masks, and we're not giving a lot of options for those who don't believe that they don't fear the virus, right? We've given options for people to stay at home during school. We've given options to have pickup for groceries. So I don't believe that it is necessary to then take away my right to be able to go to the grocery store with, be able to smile, or go to like small businesses who choose to not have masks. That's not, I feel like, the government's place to step in and tell people what they can do on their private property, and to tell me what to do when we've already laid out so many different places for people to safely do these things, or what they think is safely. So I think that there should also be options for me to also be able to do what I want to do the way I want to do it, if we're giving other people options as well. So that's fine.
Thank you. Okay, Daniel? So Brad, okay, just a minute, sir. Brad, so we have a whole row, we have several seats in here, so just come on in. Yeah, we got 3, there's a whole row in the back, without anybody. We've got 3 left. Okay, yeah, there's some seats right there. Okay, go ahead, sir. Thank you.
My name's Daniel.
What's your last name, sir?
It is Wurstenberg. You know, I don't know if there's anything I can say that hasn't already been said and said really well. You know, I was sitting there thinking what I could say that hadn't already been said, and I'm trying to think. When you think of a knee-jerk reaction, it's something that hasn't really been thought through before you take that first step. You haven't thought the process out and what you're going to do and how it's going to be implemented. You just take the first step, and that's, you know, oh, now this is what we're going to do, and you haven't really worked out the beginning to end. I called the Palmer Police Department a few days ago when I heard about this, and I said, how, you know, what would it look like for being able to to control this, you know, how, for lack of a better option, or lack of a better term, what would a picture of it look like if somebody was driving down the road or going into a store without a mask? What would you do? How would you handle that? And they said, we have absolutely no clue. We're in the dark about this. We haven't been told anything about this either. And for the force that's going to be on the front line trying to enforce this, for them to not even know about how they're going to make that work days before it's supposed to be implemented or voted on to put into action, I think it shows a huge lack of forethought when it comes to how we're going to do this. Is this the best thing? Let's look at all the options. Let's look at the plan and information based on a fact point of view. And yeah, I just feel like that wouldn't be a good way to start implementation of something that so many people are opposed to, as you can obviously see. So everything else I think was stated very, very well, and I think that's really the only thing that I could think of. That small stuff, the very first thing I thought of wasn't even thought of to communicate with the people on the front line. So who would be enforcing it? So I feel like it's worth noting that's you know, that's should be taken into consideration, and that it wasn't, and obviously wasn't, is definitely something that should be thought of. Not the best public speaker, so sorry about that.
It's okay, no problem.
Anyway, I appreciate what everybody else said, and I think I said it very well. Good night.
Good night, thank you. Whitney?
In front of people talking, so sorry. I'll reset this. Make sure you state your name so we have it on audio and you're totally good. My southern accent. Okay. I'm Whitney Martin, and I'm a Palmer resident. I'm actually a yoga instructor at the downtown studio here, and I'm a first responder for the Matsuboro Water Rescue Team.
Thank you.
I don't have anything profound to say, but it does affect me. Like, we're already, as an emergency responder, being required to wear masks. Like, we go to the pool and swim, and when we're outside of the pool, we have to have masks on. But then I have my personal beliefs about having our freedoms taken away, so it puts me in that position of whether am I going to get to that point where I have to choose between my liberty, my rights, my personal beliefs, and my source of income, and my ability to help others in the community.
So I don't like that this has come about. My other concern, and sorry for saying this, is that that the decision's already been made, and we're just kind of being humored here. So I would hope that you all are keeping an open mind and really hearing us, because I know it's a big influx of information and a lot of repetitiveness. You've got a lot of emails to go through, but I hope that you all are able to keep an open mind and really hear us. And I will say one last thing is I had a hip injury and was supposed to have surgery, and then they closed down all of the elective surgeries, even though like I had to have the surgery because I was in a lot of pain. And I was one of the surgeries that got canceled. And when they were able to do the elective surgeries, like in that 2-month period, I got worse and was in a lot of pain, having the ability to move around. But when I was able to have my surgery, everybody still had to wear the masks. And that's not a fun position to be in. You know, being in the prep room, having to wear a mask and you can't see anybody's faces or anything. Fortunately for me, my significant other also works in the anesthesia department at Matsu Regional. So I was familiar with a lot of the eyes. And so for me, you know, it was okay, but I definitely felt for all the other people that were there having surgery not seeing a face, because they basically made us keep our masks on until they put me to sleep. So yeah, all I ask is that you guys keep an open mind and don't require us to wear masks, because there's a lot of us I think that won't anyways, and then it's like, you know, what's gonna happen to us when we're at the grocery store? I mean, are you gonna come, you know, am I gonna spend the night in jail, which I'm willing to, but you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes I mean, some things, even though it's small, you've got to take a stand. So, but I appreciate you guys listening to me.
Thank you.
2 seconds to go. So, thank you.
You did very well. You don't need to be.
I'm like shaking. At least the warmth is back in my hands.
It's probably from the cold of being outside. John? Thiel? Thiel? He's still around? Brad, do you see him or you know him? John Thiel, Thiel? Was he here and he left?
He was right over there and he walked out just a bit ago.
Oh, okay, so Brad, do you want to see maybe if he's outside? Oh, okay, all right, okay. Alrighty, Paige Bailey? Oh, sure, absolutely. Let's,
Yeah, well.
Okay.
so just say, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Paige Bailey. I don't have a lot to say. All these other people are using their full 3 minutes, but I support Palmer. I think that people should be able to decide for themselves if they want to wear a mask or not, especially if they've had COVID before. But I do want to say thank you for the opportunity to be able to talk. So.
Thank you. Okay, let her change the thing. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, my name is Sammy Miklos, and I'm against the mask mandate because I believe America has a freedom of choice, and I'm a very social person. I like going out in the store, smiling, talking to people, and it just makes my day, and I just love having that, and I would not like it to be taken away. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
That's all right. Thank you. All right, Cerise.
Hi, I'm Cerise Bailey. Don't have a ton to say either. A lot of good things have been said. One thing I want to say is our whole family had COVID, so we're COVID survivors, and I think media has portrayed COVID as this awful, terrible fear virus, but all of us got it. Did we feel like terrible for a few days? Absolutely. You know, something you didn't really want to get out of bed for. But nothing that Motrin, few, you know, drugs, over-the-counter drugs can help with. And so I feel like there's a fear out there about it, but actually when you get it, and I was fearful before, believe me, I was freaking out. You know, you'd get a little, you know, something in your throat and you're like, oh my God, you have COVID. So I feel like once I got it, there was a huge stress that came off my shoulders, and I was like, oh my goodness, like now I know what it's like. It's not as bad as everybody presents it to be. So I kind of feel like we all felt that way. I have 2 other kids too, so it was all 6 of us. But my biggest thing I just wanted to say is that we've been in Palmer for 11 years now from California. And I love this town. My kids love it. Just today, Paige came through and was like, I love all the decorations that Palmer puts up. So we just love our little town. And so I would love to have them have that community again. And that's a big reason why we're here is my daughter was like, Mom, I don't want it to change. And so we're here to kind of say that our freedoms need to be kept. Palmer needs to keep great by keeping it free. So thank you for your time and for being here, you guys.
Thank you. Okay, Dave, is that right?
Dean Bailey, my name. Thank you for this opportunity. And I haven't been here the whole time, but I'm sure you guys have heard all the statistics straight off the state website. Number of cases, number of deaths. It's a 0.4% death rate in the state of Alaska. 0.4%. Hospitalizations, right there as well. I've been tracking this since July. I'm a private school administrator, developing COVID policy and all that kind of stuff. The percentages have varied by about 10%, but they're not anywhere different than they have been. I think there's a bit of overreaction. We're focused on the number of cases, not the severity of the cases, and I think that's an issue. In reading the mandate as it was written, I have a couple problems. My daughter works at Subway, my son works at McDonald's. I have 2 other kids. One works at Vagabond Blues, one works at Fred Meyer. Literally it states, businesses and building owners shall deny admittance to any individual who fails to comply with the order and shall require or compel removal of such individuals from the premises. My daughter works with other teen girls at Subway. I'm confused as to how they're going to compel individuals to be removed from their business. Is that what we call the police for? And the one that really scares me is the very last, at the bottom, number 6, it says, the city reserves the right to use all available enforcement options to ensure compliance with this ordinance. I don't know you. You don't know me. You guys may be completely trustworthy individuals who would never abuse that, but I think if that precedent is set, that's a scary thing, that somebody to be able to use all enforcement options to ensure compliance. That verbiage is scary to me. That verbiage sounds anti-American to me. And that really concerns me. And I think one of the things you guys need to really heartily consider is the precedent that's being set, and in 15, 20, 30 years, once that precedent is set, how that could be used. And so that's really all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Yeah, good night. Dave Miller?
Hi, my name is
Hi.
David Miller. I am a resident of the greater Mat-Su area. I'm going to take a seat and get comfortable.
Sure.
Mayor, council members, John Moosey, Chief of Police, all of you, thank you for letting us come and sit in front of you to share a few thoughts on this particular topic. When the pandemic began, generally speaking, most people quickly responded to the request to help flatten the curve, as we know that. And you'll find that most people, generally speaking, as far as Alaskans go, are very industrious and hardworking and very willing to help. The governor recently had his teleconference where he said the following: my job as governor is not to tell you how to live your life. My job is to ensure the security and safety of Alaska. I cannot do that without your help. I'm asking each of you to reach deep for the next 3 weeks. If we can buy time for our critical workers, if we can keep our systems operational, we can avoid being forced to take further action. So basically, we're asking to flatten the curve again. I've been helping to do that. Many people that I know have been willing to do that. I think making a mandate is an erroneous step, and I'm going to state a few reasons for that here in just the next minute and 30 seconds. But one thing that I want to say is I'm very grateful for the governor and for his tone and for his approach. That appeals to Alaskans. And I hope that you guys that are serving on the city council and that are considering this today will recognize that we will much more deeply appreciate that approach than a mandate, please. It is not something that is a very effective leadership method, and especially given the circumstances that surround this COVID, there's a lot more that we can do besides making mandates. We know that there is the transmission of this whole thing occurs through the droplets, sometimes through aerosol. But ultimately, the masks that we generally are wearing, they're not designed for true protection from this virus. And so ultimately, what we're doing is we're creating a stigma. This is bad leadership. When you force people to wear a mask, and it's really not even doing an effective job, it can do some good, but when it's not truly doing an effective job, what we're creating is a false narrative. And that concept of creating a false concept of safety, that really is detrimental. And I'll close up here, because I know you guys have heard enough. But with that said, I really encourage all of you on the city council to table this whole discussion. Do not move forward with a mandate, and let's find better ways to handle this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua?
Good evening. Just my luck, I'd be behind somebody as articulate as that. So, I didn't have anything super elaborate to say. I just wanted to express my opposition to the mask mandate being proposed. I don't believe that there is. I don't believe that there's evidence supporting the masks and as they're being used currently. And I also believe that as we look at our country and our state, and we see what's happening, I believe that the mandates like this are causing a lot more problems and a lot more damage to our country economically. And I believe that will be happening here. I don't want to see the city of Palmer and the small businesses. It's part of the charm of this city. I don't want to see that harmed. Around we see neighbors pitted against neighbors over these things because it's such a contentious issue today. And I believe by making a mandate for that, we're only going to make that situation that much worse. And in the end, I believe it's going to be for a false sense of security. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
Can you state your name? I only got David, or Joshua, sorry.
Joshua Doak.
Okay, William, Bill, you're next.
Would it be better if I stand or sit? Can you hear me better
Whichever,
this way?
what's your preference, sir?
I'm trying to stand then.
Okay.
Good evening, my name is William Topol, and I first came to Alaska in 1966. I'm currently an Anchorage resident. Okay, but I travel to the valley quite a bit, and to Palmer especially, and when I do, I spend a lot of money here. Okay, now I'm against your proposed mask mandate. There's been a lot of concerns about people losing their rights in this process, and rightfully so. Our rights come from God, not from man's government. Therefore, they should not be infringed. Last night, the Anchorage Assembly voted down an amendment to their emergency extension that would specify that the mayor be cognizant and protective of our civil liberties. Now, in the Anchorage Charter and Municipal Code, I do have an existing ordinance that, when it comes to emergency, specifies that the mayor isn't protective of our civil liberties, but yet it was voted down last night in the resolution. So it kind of sounds like this will be happening here in Palmer if you're giving authority to the mayor's office to do anything to enforce this mask mandate. What about people's civil liberties? This is really a concern. This is America. And you as public officials, when you take your oaths of office, and I used to, as a federal employee years ago, took the same oath. And a part of that oath is the U.S. Constitution, that you would defend and protect it. And that U.S. Constitution also includes the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments. That's the embodiment of our civil rights and civil liberties. Okay? And I could go on and repeat what a lot of other people have said here tonight, and I'm sure you're probably tired of hearing it all, but rather than being redundant, I just want to say that as a traveler through the valley here, if the city were to adopt this mask mandate, and that might prevent me from going into some of your businesses up here, in which case then I probably won't spend any money here. And there'll be a lot of other people that won't spend money here as well. A lot of people currently come to the valley to spend money because of the crap that's happening in Anchorage right now. And if Palmer goes that same direction, guess what? Palmer may end up losing a lot of revenue. And we all, in these rough economic times, we all need that revenue. Okay? So that's my 2 cents worth. Please take it from someone who cares a lot. This is a beautiful town. I like coming here. I like spending money here when I come here. But if you adopt something like this, I don't need to spend any money here anymore. Enough said. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Bill. Okay, is LD out there? Or, okay. Hi.
My name is LD Howard. I live here in the Palmer area, actually Hatcher's Pass. Quite a long night. Listen to this. Again, you've already heard this before, and you'll hear the representatives of the people. Obviously, the people have spoken. From what I hear, you have over 400 emails to read through also tonight. I'm pretty sure about 80% of those are, I'll stretch 85%, are also going to be against this. It's simple. When this first came out, everyone had fear. Everyone was scared. Everyone that got tested and came up positive ran to the hospital because we heard horror stories about ventilators, horror stories about this and that. You know, comorbidity issues, things like, you know, that we saw rampant for the first. My wife works at Matsu Hospital. Keep testing, keep positive. Nobody's going to the hospital because they realize it's not as bad as everyone says. It's like flu-like symptoms, cold-like symptoms. If you have other extenuating circumstances, sure. But the same thing holds true with pneumonia, with bacterial influenza. I mean, you name it. It's what happens. You know, no one makes it out of this world alive. But I will tell you this. People are frustrated. People have had it. With everything going on in our country, everything going on in the state, people are frustrated. People have had it. They're not going to keep their butts off on their intentions just to either be ignored or be trampled over. I guarantee you this. Those businesses that do not comply, we will protect them. We will spend more money with them. Take the example of Andy Kreiner in Anchorage. Pretty sure he's doing better financially than he was before, even with all the draconian measures that our wonderful mayor down there decided to try to pull. So I will guarantee you this. I'll use every one of my resources, and you all know I have a big following. I know does as well. Anyone who does not comply to exercise, we will support them financially. We'll support them with everything else we can. Those businesses who try to segregate us or not allow us to go to their business or try to enforce this stuff under unenforceable rules, we will boycott them. We'll shut them down. You know, we have other options to do. We don't need to be violent. We don't need to stand out and do foolish things, but we have other ways to make this right, and we will. The community will. This is Palmer. This is the Matsu Valley. This is a tight community, but no longer will we be trampled. And please don't ask us to be. So that's all I have to say. Thank you guys for your time.
Okay, Lee, is that, okay. And Brad, do you have a sheet with some more names on it? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Leah Fredrickson Pope. I'm here for my father, James Jackson Fredrickson. He's 85. For my brother, James Herbert Fredrickson. He's 58. And for my son, James Jackson Pope, and he's 8 years old. I'm absolutely horrified that Palmer would actually even consider this. I really am. I find it appalling. I think that a lot of state governments, city governments, borough governments have really overstepped their powers. I think that they're not listening to their constituents. It's obvious this is not supported. It's extremely obvious. I'm curious to see what the final outcome is, because nationally, it appears that the governments aren't listening to the people. That's a consensus with a lot of people right now. They're feeling that government's not listening, and we don't trust you. I love this town. I love it immensely. And like I said, I'm really, really appalled. I have a large extended family. 8 family members in Mississippi have had COVID. One of them was a nurse. They never had to seek medical treatment. They did quarantine. They're fine. My son and I have both had COVID. We had it back in January before they even started really talking about it. We didn't know at the time that we did. We had to wait a long time to get tested to see if we had it, because they weren't doing the testing then to see if you had it. I value my freedom. I believe in the Constitution. And what's going on right now is really upsetting. And it's really causing a lot of people to go against one another. And I think that this mandate would do far more damage. It's doing damage economically and socially, and it's actually doing a lot of damage to people's health too. I myself cannot wear a face mask. At work, they make me I have to wear a shield, which is, I can wear because I can breathe better. Face masks give me migraines. I don't want to see my son sitting all day wearing a face mask. I don't want him to do it. And I think I respect your guys's everybody's belief. If they want to wear a face mask, that's great. You know, that's your choice. And it should be my choice whether or not I wear a face mask. I'm not going to get close to somebody. I'm not going to be within their little bubble. But to ask us, to demand that we wear a face mask is a step in the wrong direction. And it's really going to affect this little town economically tremendously. This town thrives on small business, and you guys are going to kill it if you guys do this. There's people that are coming out from Anchorage right now, coming out from other areas to shop here, that's like, Palmer's a breath of fresh air. Let's keep it like that. You know, listen to the people. This is important. This is really, really important. Don't jump on the bandwagon and try and follow the rest of the nation, you know, and push their constituents around. Okay? This is really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Grace?
Good evening, everybody. Just want to say I am against this mask mandate. If others want to use masks, it's fine, but I don't want it mandated. I came out from a country where they put you in jail for not wearing a mask. And as a first generation U.S. citizen, I'd like to speak for my right and exercise my freedom by coming up here and even standing outside in a really freezing cold.
Yes,
I'm from
right.
the tropics. And so, yeah, but thank you.
You can state your name, please.
Grace Doak.
Okay, thank you. Donna?
Hi there, my name is
Hi.
Downey Anthony. I'm actually retired with the City of Palmer with the Police Department. I'm honored to be retired with the City of Palmer, but at this moment I'm very disappointed to see that we have something that's so unconstitutional with a mask mandate on the floor here. I wrote you guys a letter, but I at least wanted to speak to you to let you know that I don't support this. I'm going to come at a different angle with you guys. If you look, as an example, September 14th, you look at Pennsylvania, you have a Supreme Court judge that just ruled against the governor with his mandates are unconstitutional. You really need to look at that. The other question I have is, you have it in here that the business owners shall mandate this. How are you gonna force business owners to shall mandate mask mandates? You put them in a really bad position. Let's go to law enforcement now. Who's gonna enforce these fines? What is the fine? It's unconstitutional for the officers who took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution to enforce this mask mandate. You're putting the city in a huge liability. You guys will get sued if you do this. Law enforcement should not enforce these mandates. It's not constitutional. And that's all I had to say, and I sent my letter in. Thank you.
Thanks, Donna. Okay, is there anyone, we have some more? Okay, so here's these two. Okay, thank you. So, Mike? And Brad, we still don't have Peter, right? Peter? Peter? No, okay.
What's that?
I said I start your time.
Oh. My name is Mike Malewski. I live at 325 East Fireweed Avenue in Palmer, Alaska. And I've been listening quite a bit here, and I believe the question really doesn't seem to me to be a policy. Well, there are two questions. One is a policy question, to mask or not to mask. But there's another question that got sort of entwined with all of this, and that is the question of whether COVID-19 is serious or not. We've been following this on a daily basis, looking at all of the sources, some of which have been quoted tonight, one side or the other. And what I come away with, having done that, is something that is summarized here by, of all people, Deborah Birx is the coordinator of the White House Coronavirus Task Force, someone with a reputation. She recently toured North Dakota to meet with officials battling one of the worst COVID-19 outbreaks in the country. Number one, as it turns out. She commended the state's testing efforts, but she was distraught by the noticeable lack of face masks in public spaces. And I quote, "This is the least use of masks that we've seen in retail establishments of any place we have been." I mention that because there have been a number of references to studies, and most of the meta-analysis that I have viewed have said, you have to understand this thing started, roughly March, maybe February. And as time has gone on, we're not talking about the ability to do a particular meta-analysis of studies that make some sense until quite recently. These are being conducted all over the world. And the result is, what we do know is that 250,000 Americans have died. You can make all the comparisons to different forms of death, from automobile accidents to heart disease to cancer to whatever. But the summary is pretty clear, in my opinion. COVID-19 is a serious thing. We just saw this Tuesday the highest level of deaths per day in the United States, 1,700. The projection by many epidemiologists who do this work are saying, yeah, by the time we hit Thanksgiving or thereabouts, you're looking at 3,000 a day. And that's not something that's tailed off. So I'm not, and I signed on the neutral part here because there's a whole set of issues associated with individual rights and wearing of masks and so on. But what I'm pointing out is that a number of the studies that are finally emerging showing mask mandates or the wearing of masks are showing they are effective. Maybe they're accompanied by social distance as well. But that's more the issue. The issue is, how do we, in the face of a growing epidemic, and I believe it is, deal with this, whether it's a mask mandate or something else. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you. So, council members, should we go ahead and take do we have somebody else? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yes, come in, please. You move right to the head of the line here.
I'm Caleb Pempek. I'm against this mask mandate. I was born and raised in Palmer, and since the COVID-19 pandemic, the city has done very well by not implementing the same type of requirements that Anchorage has. The small business turnout has been incredible, and the flood of Anchorage citizens coming out and spending their money in Palmer has been incredible. Mainly because Anchorage has shut so much down, and the strict face covering requirements, Anchorage municipalities' businesses are tired of it and moving their businesses out toward the valley, and the people of Anchorage are tired of it and flooding out to the valley as well. So by implementing the same regulations they have in Anchorage, you are going to stop the business growth. It also brings in more tax money for the city of Palmer. It is not the government's decision on how people should run their life. You should not be taking away the people's freedoms and liberties. If the people want to, they should wear a mask and not go out. But the decision is their freedom to make. The people that want to should be able to go out and enjoy themselves without a mask if that's what they choose. That is part about living in a free country. Some city council members want to be able to hold last-minute meetings with limited attendance is wrong. All it does is fast-track and push agendas without public opposition, because there hasn't been enough notice to the public. It makes me wonder, why do we even need a city council if all we are going to do is just mirror what Anchorage does, instead of making and writing our own policies? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, did anybody else show up out there? And there's nobody in any cars or anything like that waiting to come in or anything? Okay, all right. So what about, let's see, we have 9:03 here. Why don't we take a break for 9:15? And let me just state before, so something you can be thinking about. We have, over 500, is it, emails over 500 emails that people have sent in to Norma. And so I guess the question will be, when we come back, do we want to read all of them or have her read them as, in opposition or in support, and try to get through them? As you know, we have 11 o'clock mandate for adjourning. We can extend that for 1 hour. Oh, somebody else just came in? Okay. All right, so, but anyway, be thinking about that, how you want that handled, and then whether, if we can't get all of that together, whether we should extend the meeting, have a continuation of the meeting and that. So anyway, go ahead, sir. Welcome.
Sorry, I literally ran over here after I found out the meeting was going on.
Okay, all right. We'll give you a minute to get your breath. Go ahead.
My name is Matthew Busby. I love Palmer to death. I came over here from the Army. I'm probably not going to say anything you haven't heard already. I'm at the hospital on a regular basis. I wear a mask, and I understand that for some people, COVID is death. And there's a lot of people I know that have medical conditions that keep them from being able to come out on a regular basis. And I am very, very judicious in the way that I spend time with them. And I am more than willing to wear a mask. But I'm willing to wear the mask because, as a sovereign individual, I understand that I have individual liberty, and my freedom of movement should not be dictated by this mask. I understand that I walk into Fred Meyer's and they have masks there. I'm so grateful that they're there, because I forget it like all the time. That's what I do. But what I don't want is, I don't want to walk into Subway one day after I've gotten off of a clinical and then have a police officer approach me with a gun. I don't want to see a minority be approached by a police officer with a gun because they couldn't find a mask, but they have to go outside their home. I don't want to see somebody be approached by people who are giving them bad looks because they don't have the means to either have a mask
or because they don't believe in what's going on the individual level. I'm asking that by the grace of God, or whatever power that may be here, that you consider that there's a lot of people that will wear this mask. But if you mandate it, you're going to have to selectively enforce it because it cannot be completely 100% followed. And when the few people that do get the short end of the stick, it's going to be made an example. And it's not going to be good for any of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming over. Okay, so back to what I was saying. So we have some options. The clerk has just given me a note saying that we have over 600 emails. And I think most of the people that sent an email in understood that they're in favor or against the ordinance was going to be entered into the record. So, so think about that, whether we want to read absolutely all of the emails, and by all I mean every word that was put in, or if you just want a summary of those that are in favor or not in favor, or, you know. So anyway, it's 9:07 or 9:08 here. So let's come back at 9:20, and that'll give you a little bit of a time to think about it, and then we'll discuss what our, and then of course, after we get done putting in the emails, then we will take and have some time to discuss about what we're going to do with ordinance. And John's standing here. I think he wants to say something.
Can I release my security staff?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you.
Lock the door. I was like, lock the door. We can't do that.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so anyway, we're gonna have an at ease until 9:20. That's 12 minutes according to our clock.
big bag of chips. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Got candy too. But thank you. There is a reason, but that's not it. Be a friend.
She's home from there. Good. Well, at least this year. It's been a while, I know. No, I got people. I got people. Giving you the year. Oh yeah. And my truck ain't out of gas. You should go fill my car up. Hey, actually, yeah. Because I'll be here for a while. That way I don't have to cut it off. And so she started out this year. You know what I wish they would have the handles, man. They were like this. I love this thing. She's 16 years old. It's like the airlines you have. It's like you go to Margaret and get Haagen-Dazs bars. I'm out for ice. That's usually first class. Back when you would actually get actual Oh, I do. Get on. I've been really sad when I came to go haul firewood when I got home. They must have been like, we want this chick out of it. We've had -12 the last 3 days out there.
What time are you on? 4 minutes.
Big Lake. Yeah, but I live in what, it's like a little hole. They are gonna have a recount on that. I'm not in a little. What are you doing? Another person. Thank you. Is that what you told me to run? And, well, I look at it because, all right, let's see that. You could do that for me? Did I do donuts for you? Yeah. I'm on it, baby. I don't like to spell it. I know it's where you guys mostly go and stuff, so that's why I'm fully there. We have a great evening. Yeah, you too. All right, we'll see you next time. Okay. Oh, you're back east. Oh, we're back east, right? Yeah.
Well, we went to Texas. We drove from Texas to South Carolina.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It was good. It was hot.
How was that drive? Not bad.
It was long.
Driving halfway across the U.S.
Yeah, just
Two-thirds
Texas.
of the
We
way.
drove Texas to Nashville. That was 14 hours.
Ooh, yeah.
And we were in Nashville for a few days, and then we went to South Carolina. That was like another 19 hours.
Dad, she lives in Cleveland, Tennessee. And then, of course, her mom lives in Houston, Texas. Got a real bunch
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call our meeting back to order. I have really, actually 9 to,
Okay.
is she, are you recording?
I just started that recording, but
Okay.
I need to get this one going. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam.
all right, yeah, so according to my clock here, it's 9:21. Is everybody back? Would you let Richard in? I would assume that's him in the waiting room.
Yeah, that's in the waiting room.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a little bit of leave here. So if you can see, this is what we have. We have broken down 510 of the emails like this that have the person's name, their email address, the date it was received, and whether they're in support or opposition. And those are 510. And so that would be one way to do it. Then this is the package. We have 3 neutral, and then these are the opponents, right? Proponents. Okay, these are the proponents. You can see how thick they are. Some of them are 1 page, you know, like this and that. I don't see any more than, you know, a page and a half. Oh, here's one that is, looks like it's probably closer to page and 3/4 or so. So, can we have some discussion from the council, how they would like us? The other thing we could do, it is too late to continue this meeting with public notice for next Tuesday night. Because that agenda's already gone into the frontiersman, and so we are unable to add this. So if we wanted to continue the meeting to be able to get all of this into the public record, even if we did just the name and their opinion, would be for doing it next Wednesday night. Because we could put the ad in on Sunday again, so we would have the public. We wouldn't, we could or couldn't take additional public testimony at that time, not in addition to the people that we took. I mean, if somebody testified tonight or send in an email, then, and we wouldn't probably open it up to any more emails. But, you know, if the public wanted to come in and testify, or if we want to put a limit on that, or what we would like to do. So, and the code is, Mike is on the line, and Norma, of course, is here too for parliamentary procedure. The one thing that, you know, Eugene said, you know, about us having it in a different place, our code says that any special meeting has to be in the location where we have regular meetings. So there was no way that we could move this meeting, you know, unless we were in violation of the code. So that is the reason we made the decision not to go someplace else. And so, but I did ask Brad, he was here helping. He said he was not aware of anybody that came in and parked in the parking lot and, you know, was upset because they had to wait outside or whatever, even though it is like, I don't know, 6 or 7 degrees out there, but there's no wind. But, so, anyway, so let's have some, is there anybody that would not be able to, if we did continue till next Wednesday night, would not be able to attend? Okay. Councilman Carrington, you had your hand up first. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that, I guess I like the idea of continuing on Wednesday. I like the idea of the summary, but I'm wondering if we could do the summary, but then have the entire content provided as a
To all of us.
packet info, not to be read into the record, but, you know.
To all of us, and then,
Right.
and then, yeah. Yeah,
And downloadable for the public, I guess, too, like, I mean,
right.
it's a public
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, that would make Eugene happy, yeah, yeah.
Madam,
And tonight I didn't allow him to stay in the meeting room. That happened before the meeting. I told him, I said, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna allow you to be one of the 10 people that's gonna take up space, because we need to move everybody out when they're done. And if you heard in the meeting, there was one gentleman that did stay for a little while. I did publicly ask him to leave after he had testified. Councilwoman Burberry, or Councilman Carrington, did you have anything more? No, okay, Councilwoman Burberry, you had your hand up.
I did, thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I think that it is only fair that the people that sent emails have the opportunity for their voice to be heard, their opinions, not just a yay or a nay, but more of the reasoning behind the reason that they want a mandate or don't want a mandate, just as the people who came in person today. Obviously, the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of people don't want to show up in council chambers with a bunch of other people, and I don't think it's fair that we don't allow their voices the same opportunity to be heard. And as much as I don't want to sit here all night and another night, and I apologize to Mom, I'm just gonna have to read them, I just think it's the only fair thing. I also don't think that it's not fair. I think it's not fair to say that people can come in person and deliver more testimony next week, but they can't send any more emails.
That's, you're right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
The people that called I do want to clarify, one of the things we were doing here was tracking those who testified, and their testimony will not be repeated.
Right.
I did have phone calls
either in
today.
email or in the public.
Correct, yes.
Right.
So I did have a few people call today and ask about that, and I said, nope, you get one or the other. And that is what was noticed on Facebook as well. So one of the communications, I think that was Monday's post, was thank you for sending those emails. You don't need to come. You don't get double testify. So I do want to clarify that. I'm not sure if that's what you were talking about, Councilmember Burbrick. So we do have the list. Those that testified, I wouldn't be reading those again.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I had made the comment, and then I was on a line there saying that people could come but couldn't send emails. So that will be another decision we will want to make, whether we will take in then after we read the emails in, if that's what everybody wants. I do think that Norma is going to have a couple of helpers, John and the deputy clerk, I think, are going to do some of the reading, so she doesn't have to, read them all. They're going to take turns. So, other thoughts from other council members? Okay, Councilwoman Valerius. Oh, okay, Councilman Best. I just recognized Councilwoman Valerius. If you wait a minute, please. Councilwoman Valerius, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would agree with Councilman Burbrick. I feel like the precedent that we had set from the previous meeting when we had a whole bunch of testimony too is that we read it all in. So I think that's kind of a precedent we set. I think that that's fair for everybody to have their voice to be heard. And I agree, not that I necessarily want to sit. I don't think anybody wants to throw another night, but I think that that's the right thing to do.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Best, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate the comments about allowing the public's voice to be heard. I think that is an important part of the process. We've seen where other municipalities have kind of shut down the public testimony aspect for expediency, and I do respect the other two council people that have
council in consideration of this. My question is, if we have continuation meeting, can you all hear me?
Yes. You said continuation, and then I lost you.
Yeah, my earbud went dead, so that's why I was making sure I could hear you.
Okay.
I didn't hear me. Anyhow, my question is about a continuation meeting, having the opportunity to read into the record. Is it going to stop at what was submitted as of the start of our meeting tonight, and we'll just continue to read those, or is this going to open it up for a whole another week's worth of additional emails and additional audience participation, or is this basically going to be a continuation so that we can read into what we have received prior to the start of this meeting?
I think that's a decision for us to make tonight. You know, if we want to, if we have the continuation meeting, then is there going to be additional public testimony as well as public emails that we haven't already received or that person hasn't already testified?
Madam
So
Mayor?
Councilwoman Burbrick, I'm sorry, go ahead. Whichever one of you wants to go.
I'm going. Just kidding. You go ahead, Julie.
I'm sorry, I have a feeling we maybe are going to say the same thing, Sabrina. But I feel like we gave plenty of public notice up until 5 o'clock today. This was shared widely on social media, and I feel like people had plenty of opportunity to get this their opinions to us.
Okay, and Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. And my only addition would be that it's a continuation of the same meeting, so we would pick back up on the agenda at the same spot we left off. So there wouldn't be we'd still be in the public hearing, so I guess technically people could, but I think cutting it off at 5 p.m. today is sufficient, but that we need to make sure we recognize everyone that took the time. We don't have the ability for community members to Zoom into our meetings or to call into our meetings, so that written testimony is the only other option aside from coming in. And so I think we need to make sure we respect those citizens and read their words into the record.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilwoman Valerius, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I guess I just want to clarify, like, I agree with that, cutting off the testimony, but I just want to make sure we're not in violation of, as long as it's a continuation of a meeting, that's okay to do. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess what I could say is that I could just put into the record, you know, let me just say this, I think this is where we have consensus. I could just, you know, pound the gavel and say we have received all of the personal testimony on ordinance 20-016 that we are going to receive from the public verbally and in person. And now we will go into reading and then, you know, maybe read for the next half hour, 45 minutes or so. And then say we will continue reading those, as Deputy Mayor said, that were received this evening by 5 o'clock. So I would put that in the record, so that's what we would be governed by. Mike is, Attorney Mike, is there, do you have any reservations about that, sir?
Madam Mayor, thank you. I don't think there's any issue with that. You received public testimony. You're going to be reading materials that have been submitted into the record. And then anybody that submits material subsequent to when you declare that this is all you're reading into the record, I presume would go into the record anyway as a public record, whether they're read or not. So they would become part of the record and the city's information on subjects before. I don't know if you have any other thoughts on that issue.
Anyone? I'm sorry. Okay.
City manager does.
Oh, okay.
So,
Uh-huh.
so I think we have done an outstanding job, or someone has, on getting this out to the public. It's been on TV, it's been social media, it's been in a newspaper, especially local newspapers covered us really well. So I think we, the people who followed the directions at 5 o'clock today, people who came way out in the cold, to honor them, anything that comes after 9 o'clock tonight, let's grab those and put those at our next regular meeting following the special meeting. That way we've accepted it, we've heard it, but we've not included it if we're doing a cutoff. Because essentially, if we're going to accept it, then what's with the cutoff at 5 o'clock? That's my thoughts, but I'm not the clerk, just the manager.
Well, yeah, or say if somebody, say a week from now would send something in, then it would just go in the record as what normal correspondence that comes before the council, right?
So I do want to point out that it was advertised in, again, communication to people repeatedly that 5 o'clock was the deadline. The out of office reply on my email for anyone who has responded said, sorry, the deadline has been met. You need to attend in person if you want your testimony.
Right.
So again, precedence has been that has been our deadline. That's what that we have held to now. Precedence isn't ever been practiced, let's say, in that we've continued meetings. But it is pretty known that 5 o'clock is the deadline. That is what we told people over the phone the last 5 days. That was it. I think I am going to say that, when you receive over 600 pieces of communication on time, that people knew.
Right.
They understood.
Right.
So as to submitting things into the record, Tuesday is not an option. That agenda is closed. This is a public hearing. Testimony to this public hearing needs to remain with the public hearing. Right. So that's why I shook my head no on that part of it. There's nothing to say about not adding it to the actual meeting date and the meeting where it gets continued to. Okay. So yes, we can do that. And yes, council absolutely can decide, how they want to handle all of that. I just wanted to be very clear how much communication was out there that 5 o'clock was the deadline. I did not have that many. I have been looking at my emails. I really have around only a dozen that came in after 5 o'clock. So people knew, they were aware. Oh, I have 30. What it was. And some of those 30 are, just okay, thanks kind of replies, by the way.
Right.
So
with that being said, though, let me state for the record that anybody who reaches out to the city of Palmer, they come next Tuesday night on the audience participation and they want to say something about this, they will be allowed to say something. Okay. Because we are a public body and we receive information from the public, and this doesn't have to be added to this, but their correspondence or their verbal will be noted, just like if they were coming in and talking about dog or something like that.
But that does not follow Robert's rules. Just to let you know, that does not follow Robert's rules. So.
Robert's rules. It is the public. You cannot say to the public, you cannot come in and talk to me about this. I don't care whether it's Robert's rules or not. You cannot say that to the public. Right? And the public has a right to come and address the city council on any item they want to. That's my spiel for tonight.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Best.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a question. We all got a few of the emails, not the 600, but I know that there's some of them that had like additional added attachments and that kind of stuff. Are we going to, if somebody said that, I'm just going to throw a number out there, if somebody's got 25 pages of added stuff, medical reports and all this kind of stuff, as their backup information, we're limiting the reading of their email to 3 minutes, regardless of the volume, correct?
Yeah, that has, I think, been our policy before, because the 3 minutes was what the regular public got. So, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you.
Thank you, I just wanted to-
I would agree with that as well, just that if you're reading it, I'm assuming that you're gonna read at a normal pace, that you wouldn't go over the 3 minutes. I think in the past, you've also said, and then they also attached these attachments, and if they're available for us, then they're available for us, but I don't think you've ever bothered to read the actual attachments, just stated that they were there. I'm just clarifying that I think that's what we've done in the past.
That is correct, and that also was what was communicated to people today when in phone calls, was that attachments are links, that I would not be clicking those links and tracking down whatever links are in there, that they would just be referenced. So, yeah.
Okay. Alrighty, so are we agreement then on that? And so we won't accept any more public testimony pertaining to this ordinance in a public setting. I don't know how to say this, but I mean, if somebody else wants to come and talk to us about it, but the information that we have now from the emails and from the public will be the basis for our discussion on the ordinance. Does everybody understand that? That's what everybody sees, okay. Yeah, Councilwoman Valerius? Are you just saying yes or no?
Well, I was saying yes, but I also have a question.
Okay.
Will we get an email with all of, I guess, of the emails?
I would assume so, yeah.
I figured it was a bit of a compilation issue today.
Right,
I could only
yeah.
imagine.
Yeah, and so I think we should probably write, Madam Clerk, we'll have those all out to the council by the meeting on next Wednesday.
Just depends on when you set your deadline.
Deadline for what?
Accepting testimony, because if
Well, we're not gonna accept any more testimony for this meeting or for the continuation meeting. But if somebody comes in on the 24th and wants to testify, we cannot not accept it.
So we've closed written testimony?
And public testimony.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, it'll probably take me tomorrow to get that finished up.
Okay, all right, yeah, okay, alrighty. So, so let's see, how many, should we go ahead? Is everybody up to having a half hour, 45 minutes worth of reading now to go in? And then when we're done with that, then we'll have to have a motion to take and continue and putting the date and time and asking the clerk to, advertise that. So we'll have a meeting on that, okay? Okay. All right, so what she has printed out here is the neutral and so the, okay, so we're gonna. So let's time it and just see how much. How about that? Because this is
See how many we get, please?
9. Yeah, say whatever time she's going to start reading.
Thank you.
All right. Good night. Thanks.
See you next Wednesday for readings.
See you Tuesday.
For the budget.
Yep, it's just for you and I.
Okay.
Hunter Blake, hello. This message is my testimony in regards to the proposed ordinance number 20-016, emergency ordinance issuing mandatory mask or face coverings. The ordinance doesn't clearly specify what the goal is of mandating public face coverings. The tone of the ordinance reads as though the City of Palmer plans to enforce this mandate with the, quote, right to use all available enforcement options, end quote. The state of Alaska already has mandates in place. Business licensing boards have their own mandates in place, both of which recommend following CDC recommended guidelines. So if Palmer wants to enforce this mandate, I feel it would be best to clarify the penalty the city plans to impose on businesses and or individuals if not compliant. Is there a penalty if a business or individual does not report those who are non-compliant? If so, what is that penalty? Any potential enforceable penalties should be clarified before this ordinance is implemented, so as to not create an inconsistent treatment of business or individuals not in compliance with the mandate. Thank you for your time and consideration. Hunter Blake. Pamela Mack. Dear fellow Palmer community members, as someone who has grown up here and cares so much about our dear community, I have given the mask mandate debate quite some thought and would like to share some thoughts I have with you. Some businesses are necessary to go to, like the mechanics or grocery stores. For example, if an elderly man's car breaks down in the winter, he has to stay inside the waiting room at the mechanics while his car gets fixed for hours. Let's say that there is another waiting client coughing without a mask on with what she thinks is just a cold, but that old gentleman ends up contracting COVID from her. That'd be a shame. I'd like to think that my grandparents that live here in Palmer are safe when they go in any shop or store. Also, pregnant women and thus the tiny new generation to come in 2021 is vulnerable. A fever in pregnancy could have devastating effects on an early pregnancy. If a woman is in the last trimester, the chances of having a severe case and complications from COVID is high. Being for masks is being for life. New life is the sprouting womb, and also the elderly grandparents of our lovely town of Palmer. Masks are no biggie for Alaskans. We are used to wearing scarves and neck gaiters for hours, playing and exercising in the snow. We also know as Alaskans what our breath looks like in the cold. We know how COVID is spread through our spittles, talking, breathing, sneezing, and cough droplets. We know how wearing a scarf or gaiter minimizes our breath fog on a cold day. The science of mask wearing isn't something we don't understand. As the saying goes, your rights end where other person's life begins. The smallest act of kindness, being uncomfortable with the mask, can save a life. Be a hero for our community. If it inconveniences you, your love is sacrificial and a beautiful gift to our growing community. Please check out our local Matsu Borough EMS's Facebook page. We have had a plead for the public to wear masks. We ought to listen to our local frontline workers. I hear people are more scared of the government telling them to wear a mask than of coronavirus. Our government has told us to not smoke cigarettes indoors for quite some time now. At first, people were upset, but in time, people understood that their smoking breath affected others, not just themselves. COVID breath is like an invisible cigarette that causes severe sickness in some people. So the thought that my body, my choice makes no sense, since our breath and spittle could potentially land someone near to you in the hospital. The government doesn't care if we wear hats. This mandate isn't about control. It is the rare worldwide pandemic conditions in which we live right now. That our own personal breath or accidental sneeze could end or hurt someone else's life if we do not cover it and keep it to ourselves. Masks protect customers, make customers feel safe, and protect employees of businesses so that they don't get sick and don't have to time off the work or temporarily close a business. The only drawback to a mask mandate is people's feelings and emotions. The only drawback in not having mask mandatory is a stressed Matsu regional hospital system, sick locals, sick employees, and more precious people to bury our local cemetery. Even if just one Palmer life is saved from the mask mandate, that one beautiful precious life was enough and worth the inconvenience. Joanne Skonberg. I'm a bit confused. We are already being asked to wear masks. Anchorage has mandate and don't really see where that is helping them. What we don't need is people from the lower 48 coming up here and trying to change our ways. Just wear your mask and stay 6 feet away from the other person. As for holidays, spend time with your family. We may not be here next year. That was all the neutrals / couldn't decipher, favor or not. They didn't outright speak in opposition. Say I am opposed or I am in favor. Now to the proponent. Kim Akers, I support a mandatory mask ordinance. We need to do what we can as a community to stop this spread. It's not a difficult thing to wear a mask when going out in public. Students and teachers all over the valley have proven this to be a doable task. If you don't believe it does any good, well, what does it hurt to try this experiment? Leave politics out of this. Why can't we all try to make a difference in this pandemic? If anything, you might save a life. You might save someone from suffering through on a ventilator. You might save someone from having to stay home from work, missing out on wages. And you might save a student from having to stay home from school, missing instruction. If you wear a mask and do your part, you will never know what you save someone from. This is a good thing. Please, can we do everything possible to stop the spread of this disease? Kim Akers. Lisa Albert Konecki. Dear member in Palmer City Council, I am writing to you to give you my opinion on the mask ordinance. Our family talks about this a lot. I have a family member who is in her 30s yet has to be cautious of germs and virus every day of her life due to a disease she was born with. We try to be careful and wear masks in public. I realize how inconvenient and sometimes disgusting wearing a mask can be. Hello, my bad breath. I don't like doing it, but I do. Just as my husband intensely dislikes wearing a seatbelt, but he does it. I'm aware that the majority of people who contract COVID survive just fine from it. But I am not much of a gambler. I take a few chances with my own health, but I cannot live with taking chances with my family's health. To me, my family, wearing a mask never had anything to do with politics. We thought it was ridiculous when we first heard people weren't wearing them in the name of freedom. To us, freedom is the ability to live and to protect our loved ones from something potentially life-threatening. I am assuming this ordinance can be temporary and be worded to protect our personal freedom to move around the city as we wish and not have our health infringed upon and the health of our loved ones at home compromised. I want to shop at local businesses, but I can't go to places where I could be exposing myself and others to COVID-19. Let's help each other in our great town of Palmer by slowing this virus down. The sooner we do that, the sooner we can get back to a fully active, economically sound city of Palmer. Thank you for your time, Lisa Albert Konecki. Heather Amgwort. To whom it may concern, I am very much in favor of a mask mandate in Palmer. I've lived here for 40 years and pulling together is what we do. Those of us at high risk are tired of staying home just to be safe. We want to be out and about supporting local businesses. Masks make a difference and keep people safer. The best way to keep businesses open and thriving is to keep everyone healthy. I have been calling ahead to businesses I need to visit to see if they wear masks or not. If they do not, I keep calling other businesses to see if I can find that one does. When I cannot find one, I end up ordering online. I have a garage full of shipping boxes to recycle. I would much prefer spending my money locally to support my neighbors. With the holidays around the corner, it is even more crucial to put in place masks as an expected part of our town. My 7 and 4-year-olds have no difficulty wearing a mask for hours. If they can do it without complaint, anyone can. It's the least we can do for our older and more vulnerable loved ones. Thank you for considering a mask mandate. It is sad that people don't convenience for their fellow humans to be safe. I don't like mandates either, but it is best for businesses and health. Thanks, Heather Amgwort. Jane Applin. I would like everyone to think back to March when this pandemic was really roaring in Italy and New York City. Remember the 8 o'clock cheers and ovations to the many healthcare workers fighting to keep their patients alive? Where is this gone? The healthcare workers in Alaska are in for the fight of their lives and the lives of our fellow citizens, and there are not enough of us available. We need to think of everyone right now and not just ourselves. It is going to take all of us to get through this until a vaccine is available. I'm asking please for a mask mandate in Palmer. Thank you. Jane Applin. William Obie. Dear Mayor, City Manager, and City and Council members, I am in support of the ordinance that was introduced by Deputy Mayor Sabrina Combs. COVID cases are increasing rapidly in Palmer and the surrounding area. In a short time, we will overwhelm the Matsu Regional Hospital. As responsible leaders, you need to do everything in your power to protect the citizens of Palmer and the surrounding area. I've worked in Palmer for at least 32 years and live on the Springer system. I currently will not enter any business in the Palmer area because of a lack of a mask mandate. I believe the Combs ordinance will protect the health of our citizens and help our small businesses. Please adopt this ordinance as soon as possible. Sincerely, Bill Obie. Sean Obie. Good afternoon. Please have the following testimony. I would like to express my support for instituting a mask mandate for the city of Palmer and wanted to share a few statistics to illustrate the divergent experiences between Alaska and a country that has been a model for their coronavirus response. Population of Taiwan, 23,816,775,000. Coronavirus cases, 603. Deaths, 7. Days without local coronavirus transmission, over 200. Population of Alaska, 731,545. Coronavirus cases, 23,240. Deaths, 98 and climbing. Obviously, with such a large disparity in outcomes, Taiwan has instituted a number of policies which have brought this virus under control, but a nationwide mask mandate was certainly an integral part of that success. Governor Dunleavy has declared this a public health disaster emergency and urges Alaska residents to follow CDC guidelines regarding mask usage and social distancing. The governor stopped short of issuing a statewide mask mandate and has left those decisions to local governments. Now is your time to act. Sean Obi. Maggie Obi-Trammell. Dear Mayor DeVries, Deputy Mayor Combs, and Palmer City Council, I am a Palmer resident and I am writing in support of Emergency Ordinance number 20-016. We need a mask mandate for the City of Palmer. Thank you to Deputy Mayor Combs for drafting the ordinance and taking action. It is nice to have leadership that cares about our community and that listens to Palmer's residents' concerns. We can't just pretend that the virus is gone and that we can go back to our normal lives. Many local Alaskan economists have stated that we cannot hope to have our economy fully recover until we get COVID-19 under control. Do you say you support local businesses? Well, then help us to keep our doors open safely. A mask mandate will not hurt local businesses. Many people in our community do not shop in stores that don't require masks. Currently, I only shop at stores that require masks. I own and operate my own small business. I felt compelled to close the doors to my business 2 weeks ago because of our rising case numbers. I refuse to risk the health and lives of at-risk people in my family to this deadly virus. I would rather close my business forever than watch someone I love die. Our virus numbers throughout the state and valley continue to rise. Our hospitals are nearing capacity. Hospital staffing continues to become harder to maintain. The school district has said that they may have to cancel in-person learning again if we don't control this pandemic. All of these are reasons for a mask mandate. I have had an uncle die to COVID. Yesterday, I found out that my friend's mother died of COVID while in the Matsu Hospital. I know how serious this can be if you catch it. What will it take for the mayor and city mandate to wear a mask? Will you need to have your loved ones die as well? Mogi Obi-Trammell. Meggie, not Mogi. Janet Bowman. Mask mandates save lives. Until a vaccine is available for everyone, we all should realize the importance of preventing the spread of this highly contagious and deadly disease. The mandate won't last forever once we all get inoculated. A little inconvenience now is worth the freedom later. Janet Bowman. Brittany Bell. To whom it may concern, thank you for taking the time to read my testimony regarding the mandate for wearing masks in Palmer. As a Palmer resident, I am in support of enacting this mandate. The science is there to support that. Face coverings help to slow the spread of contagions. Alaska is seeing very high case numbers, and I feel that this would be a step in helping to get those numbers under control while still being able to keep businesses open. I think we should all be doing our best to come together as a community to support each other and our local businesses. Thank you, Brittany Bell. Sankara Bennick. I am a resident of Palmer and I am writing this email in support of a mask mandate. As a nurse working at a hospital in Anchorage, I have seen firsthand how this virus is impacting our community. There is nothing more disheartening than taking care of patients with COVID and then leaving the hospital to see our community carrying on as if the virus isn't real or isn't a big deal. I sympathize with those who feel that most people don't get that sick and the dangers are being exaggerated. It's true that you may not get very sick. You may never have to come to the hospital. You may be lucky. But the person you give it to while grocery shopping or getting coffee may not be that lucky. I really love the community of Palmer, and it saddens and angers me that people do not want to do the simple action of wearing a mask to protect others in their community. More and more healthcare workers are now sick with COVID, and our staff is dwindling, but the patients are not. If we do not take action to slow the spread of this virus, there will not be enough staff to care for you or your loved ones when you need care, even if it's completely unrelated to COVID. Please help healthcare workers help you. So if you don't want to wear a mask because you don't believe it works or you believe it infringes on your rights, at least do it to show solidarity with your community in fighting this virus. Thank you. Sinkar Bennick. Bischoff. Dear Palmer City Council, please implement Ordinance 20-016, the mask mandate to protect people in Palmer and the surrounding community. Please add his testimony into the record. Thank you. Bischoff. David Bortz. Evening, Norma. And then it says, please see my comments below. I made Palmer my home just a few years ago and really love what it has to offer. I started a business here and really enjoy contributing to the local feel and getting to know so many different people. Palmer supports and really endorses shopping local and supporting small businesses. This is precisely why I see a mask mandate in our town as an essential component to keeping the local economy working. Shutdowns in combination with concerns for safety have hurt the local businesses in ways I never saw coming. Creating a safe indoor spaces for people to shop this fast approaching holiday season is the only intelligent choice I see. I support a mask mandate. We have had one at my business since March and have seen it work. Thank you for listening and for considering. David Bortz. Dustin Bradshaw. Dear Council, Mayor, and fellow citizens of Palmer, it would be great If for the general health and well-being of all, that more citizens wore masks to prevent and slow the spread of the COVID-19 virus. The wearing of masks, as we know, is not so much for the personal protection of the mask wearer, but for the protection of others. Our 72-year-old grandmother has some pre-existing health issues that put her at high risk of fatality if she contracts the virus. She and we would like to thank those of you that wear your mask. The wearing of masks also mitigates and slows the spread so as not to put a larger strain on our healthcare professionals and healthcare system. Thank you for your time, the Brown and Bradshaw families.
Can I just interrupt you for, so we've been doing it for like 16 minutes. How many have we read? I'm just trying to get a feel for how long it's taking.
Madam Mayor, I think that was 16.
Was it 16?
That's what I have.
For 16 minutes, so that's a minute a piece then. Okay, all right.
17, yeah.
And then how long did you want to read before you switched off to somebody else?
I'll just keep going.
Okay.
Yeah. Good. Cool.
Okay, thanks.
Kaylee Brozick. My name is Kaylee, and as a resident in Palmer, I support a mask mandate. I lost both of my parents at a young age, and as a mother myself, I would never wish that hardship on my 2 children. Who is to say this virus wouldn't affect myself or my husband in a negative way? Let's be proactive about it. I just want everyone to stay healthy and for us to overcome this so we can move forward. Thank you for your time, Kaylee. John Budnick. I am a lifelong Palmer resident for 32 years. I urge the Palmer City Council to enact a mask mandate for our community in order to curb the COVID pandemic crisis in our community. As elected public officials, you have taken an oath to serve and protect the citizens in your jurisdiction with their safety and health as your greatest interest. Therefore, and once again, I implore the Palmer City Council to unanimously enact a mask mandate. Do not let a small local minority distract you from the very real dangers of this virus that has documented harm. Stupidity cannot prevail. Do the right thing, enact a mask mandate. Thank you, John Budnick. Madam Mayor and Council, to date, Alaska has documented over 22,000 cases of COVID-19 in the state of Alaska. In the last 30 days, the number reported has been over 12,000. Due to this rapid uptick in numbers, our governor has recognized that medical facilities and personnel will be maxed out in a number of weeks, if not days. We also recognize that if this request does not go heeded, it is a warning of what may come in the form of more stringent mandates from the state to include shutting down businesses large and small. We have been shut down before and it was not pretty. Governor Dunleavy is asking citizens to be vigilant for the next 3 weeks in reducing the number of COVID-19 cases, as well as specifically asking for businesses to transition from in-person contact to takeout and curbside service, as well as encouraging folks to work from home if able. In addition to that, he is also asking for municipal governments to pass mask mandates to help mitigate the transmission of COVID-19. As small business owners, we recognize that this threat as both a public safety and economic issue. Believe it or not, the last quarter of the year is the economic bread and butter for Palmer small businesses. During this holiday period, we close out our books, make ends meet, and prepare for the first quarter of the new year, which, by the way, is a very dismal economy. Small businesses have to close down over this holiday season because we can't keep COVID numbers down. There will be no amount of CARES money that will allow some of them to continue in 2021. Please let us be clear and state that this is not a political issue or statement of personal beliefs. It is a health and welfare as well as an economic issue for Palmer small businesses in the city of Palmer. Our own governor is asking Alaskans to sacrifice these next 3 weeks to flatten the curve and ease stress on our medical personnel and resources. I am asking you, the mayor and Palmer City Council, to do the same. Please legislate an enforceable mask mandate for the city of Palmer and commit to supporting it without being afraid of losing political popularity or capital. Thank you for your time. David and Andrea Fuller, Cobb Street Market. Denise Nelson, Non-Essentials. Chris Bukla, U-Haul. Alex Papsavis, Turkey Red. Alma Vizera, Benders of Hair. Mary Johnson, Just So. Ann Thomas, Body and Balance. Betty Margaret Hanson, B. Bella Hair Design. Ethan AK Cell Repair. Mary Ann Cockle Fireside Carts. Deborah Besdor. I am a retired Valley teacher, age 71, with an artificial heart valve. I have lived in the Valley for 32 years. I am healthy but vulnerable. I request that folks wear a mask for myself and all the other elders in this community. We do not want to overwhelm hospitals, nor do we want to be in one. Thank you, Deborah Besdor. Daniel Carrick. Hello, my name is Daniel Carrick. I have been a resident of Palmer for the past 29 out of my 31 years. The best part of our community has always been when we help each other. I have on numerous occasions bragged to friends who live elsewhere that Palmer is the best place to live because of the people and the view. Too many times to count have I been helped by complete strangers. from pulling me out when I ditch dived the first winter after getting my license to paying for my meals so I wouldn't have to awkwardly leave my date at a restaurant to get my wallet from home. And I have strived to repay my community in kind. This last year has made me realize that this innate compassion for others was not shared as deeply as I had originally believed. Sadly, if people cannot do what is best for this community on their own, then perhaps it is best that a mandate to protect the collective health be put in place. Off and on since this pandemic began, my ailing grandma has lived with me and my family. My aunt could no longer care for her on her own. My biggest fear these past months has not been whether or not I will get the virus, as I would very likely survive. It has been whether I would be the one to bring it into the home and kill her. While that is no longer a concern, as she has passed on recently of natural causes, I have to think of others who may be in similar situations. My comfort is not worth someone else's life. Palmer had his chance this year to show me that it is still the compassionate and caring place that I brag about. Maybe next year it will prove me right once again. But until then, wear a mask and stay safe. Daniel Carrick. Lisa Carrick. My name is Reverend Lisa Carrick, and I have lived in downtown Palmer for 29 years and am one of the pastors of the Historical Church of the Thousand Trees, United Protestant Church. We live in a charming city, and throughout the years I have been proud as to how the city has taken on difficult situations and led well during those times. I am writing to ask the City Council to consider the mask mandate for our city. Business owners already have signs in their windows requiring customers to wear masks. When a person comes into their store without a mask, there are few alternatives for them to enforce it without controversy. Governor Dunleavy is asking Alaskans to sacrifice a little but more and mask up without a mandate. I've already seen what little good that has done with groups leaving our church to find another venue to meet, and since we are requiring masks and social distancing. Where we go from here will write the story of this chapter of history for Palmer. I am hoping when we look back we will realize and agree that a mask mandate was the best resource to our city. Thank you for considering this request. Reverend Lisa Carrick. David Cheesem. Civilizations rise and fall depending on their ability to adapt. We succeed when we adapt to new information, new circumstances, new technologies. We fail when we don't. I am in awe about the speed that new information about COVID-19 continues to appear. In January of last year was a completely new novel virus, and we know much more about the virus 11 months later. New studies are appearing every day. There are even stirrings about vaccines around the corner, developed faster than ever. Vaccines are no panacea? P-A-N-A-C-E-A. But the scientific marvel is truly amazing. But can we adapt to all of the new information? Can we take an honest, open approach to it? Are we too entrenched in our partisan dogmas to interpret it correctly? That's a challenge you have to face as civic leaders today. Here's what we know now. 5 months ago, Alaska was reporting 12 to 14 new COVID cases per day. On Saturday, the state reported 745 new cases. The ICU unit at the Matsu Hospital is maxed out. Wearing a mask has been shown to reduce the viral load of COVID-19. So even if someone catches the virus, they are less likely to get sick if both they and the source were wearing a mask. Communities that mandate mask usage have been able to slow the growth of the virus when compared to communities that don't mandate mask usage. Many survivors of all ages are left with long-term debilitating symptoms. In a politicized environment, mandates protect small businesses. Small businesses depend on a healthy population to thrive. A mandate from you will take the heat off small businesses, many of whom want to do the right thing. I encourage you to be brave. Vote yes on an emergency mandate requiring people to wear masks in public places. David Cheesem. Richard Giolero. We can no longer ignore the threat that COVID-19 poses to our community. Alaska's saving grace from diseases like this in the past was the geographical distance between us and the rest of the world. This geographic isolation is no longer enough to keep us safe, and the closing of our borders happened too late. The virus is here, and we must do what we can to stop its spread. One of the worst things about this disease is that it doesn't ravage the bodies of everyone it comes into contact with. It's selective in ways that scientists are only now beginning to understand. Many people catch this disease but don't know they have it, and they spread it to others without ever having once felt sick. Many of these people are the same ones that don't think there's anything wrong, nothing bad happened to them, so why should anyone take it seriously? It is to those people my statements are directed to. I think that most of us want to do the right thing. Most of us are intrinsically good people. Most of us are already doing things that show we care about others. We wear our seatbelts even though we know we're safe drivers. We keep peanuts out of schools even when our children don't have peanut allergies. We return our grocery carts to the cart return even though there are employees at stores to gather them. How is wearing a mask to prevent the spread of a respiratory disease any different? Why wouldn't you want to show kindness to others and protect them? Just as cigarette smoke never stayed in the smoking section of restaurants, this virus isn't sparing people based on any personal beliefs. The CDC has proven that masks are safe, effective when used properly, help to protect the uninfected from catching the virus, and help stop the infected from spreading the virus. Indeed, they have posted many studies to their website about this very subject, and it is time we follow infectious disease experts' recommendations based on scientific facts instead of our neighbors' emotionally charged opinions. In times of uncertainty like these, the people took their leaders for direction. They look to their leaders for direction, asking politely and hoping that people wear their masks hasn't worked. The virus is spreading faster than before. It is time to mandate that people take appropriate measures like mask wearing to curb the spread of this disease and spare the health of everyone. It takes each of us to make a difference for all of us. Wear your mask in public, wash your hands, stay 6 feet from others. Richard Chiolero. Marianne Cochran. We need a mandate on masks. Please vote for a mandate. Marianne Cochran. Michelle Church. Thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on Ordinance 20-106. As a consumer and a business owner, I am very interested in doing whatever it takes to make our community safe during this terrible pandemic. I have been very sad to see the lack of care exhibited by so many in our communities regarding the simple act of wearing a mask to slow the spread of COVID-19. Wearing masks provides a physical barrier that can trap virus particles from being spread into an environment. It is not a hard concept to visualize. The fact that mask wearing was made into a political statement is probably the crowning hallmark of failure by our leaders in this country from the top to the bottom. It has been a shameless display of ignorance and selfishness. All of us want to get our lives back. All of us want to be able to gather, to shop, to celebrate, and to restore our economies unimpeded by this disease. The fastest way to do that is to deprive the virus of a host. Without a host, the virus dies. Simple science. Masks are the easiest way to do that. If everyone wore a mask all the time for a month, the virility of this virus would be crippled because, again, it needs a host to survive. Mandating masks should not have to be required. It is a shameful state of affairs that is required because so many people refuse to join together to rid our community of this horrible problem. I thank Sabrina Combs for stepping up and being the leader we need at this time for all our health, for all our economic needs. Please support taking this very simple and frankly patriotic step and require people to wear masks to get us through the winter. Until such a step is taken, we will not be bringing our goods into Palmer for sale. It is not worth the risk to us or to our employees to get sick because patrons are refusing to wear masks. This hurts not only our business, but also the city of Palmer, as there is a loss of tax revenue as a result. We will renew our business license if and when the city of Palmer demonstrates they value our participation. Thank you for your attention. Michelle and David Church, Moonstone Farm.
Dear City Council, I'm writing in support of emergency ordinance number 20-016 and ask that my testimony be read into public record. As a resident that lives within the city limits of Palmer, the mask mandate makes me much more likely to stay close to home and do my shopping here. As a type 1 diabetic, I would often drive into Anchorage that was under an indoor mask mandate, and it has made me feel safer and more protected from the virus. I am very concerned at the rapid spread of the coronavirus in our state and plead with you to do everything you can to slow the spread so that our healthcare systems are not overwhelmed and protect those at high risk of complications like myself. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Sincerely, Gretchen Clayton, Palmer resident. Hello, I'm requesting my testimony be read into the record tonight at the Palmer City Council meeting. I'm writing in opposition to the mask mandate proposed by Sabrina Combs. I believe health decisions should be made autonomously and are up to the individual. Additionally, city councils are elected to represent the people, not lord over them. By forcing businesses to become enforcers, you will create a division and hurt businesses because many people, like myself, will be deterred from spending time and money in Palmer. Thank you for protecting our freedom and liberty. Desiree Cook. Madam Clerk, please read this into the record. Mask ordinance. I ask the council to positively consider enacting this this mask ordinance for the city of Palmer. Don't be swayed by the people who claim that requiring the wearing of masks is an infringement of their rights. There is nothing in the Constitution, either state of U.S., that says this is an infringement of individual rights, but not wearing a mask is an infringement of my rights. No one has the right to put anyone's life in danger. The preamble to the Constitution states, in order to form a more perfect union, we the people provide the common defense, promote the general welfare to ourselves. This means promoting the general welfare, which includes health for the citizens of Palmer. Don't be swayed by those who claim masks don't work. It is a scientific and medical fact that masks, if worn properly, in fact, do work and are effective in reducing the spread of COVID-19. Don't be swayed by those who claim the virus is fake and that is a political ploy by the Socialist Democrats. This is not a political issue. Over 250,000 people have died in the U.S. from this virus and over 11 million people have tested positive. These are not conjectures or made-up numbers, they are facts. Don't be swayed by those who say having this mask ordinance that the businesses will be closing. The fact is more people will frequent businesses knowing there are more precautions in place. Don't be swayed by those who state the incident rate is low. Only 2% of the people infected have died, yet that equates to 250,000 people. Using this figure, approximately 150 people in Palmer may die. You have the ability and the responsibility to affect and ensure this number doesn't happen. Do be swayed by the science and medical experts and know you have the power to be part of the solution to dramatically reduce the deadly virus. Remember, you were elected by the people of Palmer to do what is best for all of us, and saving lives should be at the top of your priorities. I hope you do the right thing and enact a wear your mask ordinance for the city. Thank you, Jim Cooper. To whom this may concern, I would like to open with the fact that I'm a colonist, great-grandchild, and an early homesteader's grandchild. Born and raised in this beautiful valley, I have seen many people come and go, changes good and bad, but this one is one of the saddest episodes of our valley. While many of our wonderful Alaskan cities, villages, and towns have responsibly mandated certain temporary businesses closures and required the use of personal mask wearing within certain businesses and in public spaces for the safety and well-being of their community during this difficult time. Here in the Mat-Su Valley, many of our local indoor public businesses, brew houses, bar, restaurants, and stores are not following consistent safety protocols and are still open, irresponsibly packed out with total disregard for safety measures in our grocery stores, indoor parks, theaters, cafes, large gatherings that routinely and bars are still open with little regard for the people of our community as a whole. I personally know of many large gatherings that routinely come from Anchorage to party and congregate in the valley, specifically because of our lack of protocols and with disregard to our community's health, safety, and well-being. With no meaningful mandates in place for the entire Mat-Su Valley, it has become a dangerous place to live unless you never come out of your home. Whomever is in charge of getting some of these safety protocols in place, like mandatory public mask wearing, the way everyone else in the whole world is doing, now is the time. Please, if we don't do something soon, we will be in the new epicenter and hotspot for COVID-19 in Alaska, and our little hospital will never be able to handle it. Sincerely, Jesse R. Carter, a concerned member of the community. Hello, City Council. I'm writing in support of a mask mandate for Palmer. It is shocking to me how many people do in the post office and Fred Meyer's. The other day, I would not even enter Vagabond Coffee Shop because they were packed solid and only one person was wearing a mask. Please have a mask mandate and maybe not so onerous penalty for not wearing one. Sincerely, Bill Cramp. Please help us get this passed. I have the right to go into the pharmacy and not have someone cough and sneeze their germs on me. Yes, I understand many feel it's taking the rights away. I'm a Republican, so it isn't. Darlene Crawford, 3750 South Juanita Way, Unit B, Palmer, Alaska. Okay. Good evening. Please have the following testimony rendered to the public record during the City Council meeting on Wednesday, 11/18/2020. It is hard to not notice when I go to the grocery store or other public places in Palmer and in the Mat-Su Valley that many people are not wearing masks and are not social distancing. My 4-year-old asked me this mask. Why aren't they wearing? I informed him that not wear one. I explained to him that some people choose to be selfish. As I've listened to people in my community discuss COVID-19, there is a recurring theme where people seem to be forced on themselves. Comments like, I don't live in fear of getting sick, so I don't wear a mask, or I don't feel sick, I am not wearing a mask, or the government doesn't have a right to tell me I have to wear a mask. I can do what I want seem to be the dominant themes. I think we have a serious messaging problem, and it starts with our leadership refusing to set an example for others. We do not wear a mask simply for ourselves, we wear a mask for the good of others and the safety of our community. Wearing a cloth mask in public shouldn't be seen as the government trying to force us to do something against our will, but our way of choosing to show unity and compassion for one another. I'm reaching out today in full support of a mask mandate. It is a simple thing we can do to stop the spread of the virus and will hopefully get us back on track so we can enjoy Palmer and spending time with one another like we used to. Without a mandate, the future is increasingly uncertain. If nothing I've said has resonated thus far, may this will. Do nothing from selfish ambition or conceit, but in humility regard others as better than yourselves. Each of you should look not only to your own interest, but also to the interest of others. Philippians 2:1-4. Public safety needs to take precedent over further politicizing a virus. COVID-19 doesn't care who you voted for, it is simply looking for a host. Mayor Edna Vries, we need to enact every effort in order to slow the spread of COVID-19. Thank you for your time. Shannon Chris. I would like to go on the record as supporting a mask mandate in Palmer. I could quote the numerous statistics out there in support of masks helping control the spread of COVID, but as someone once said, a picture's worth 1,000 words, so I would like to submit a photo for your consideration. I think this image is something every lasting can understand, especially with our recent frosty weather. Thank you for your considerations. Matter. Sincerely, Margaret Rogers Karsnaski. Dear Mayor DeVries, as we are all aware, COVID-19 cases are rapidly rising locally and beyond. We are being called to take precautions individually and collectively within our communities. Our governor spoke directly to this in his recent address, urging municipalities to protect their local workforce and communities and stating, if you cannot stay 6 feet apart, I am asking everyone to wear a mask in any and every setting. Within Palmer, I see 3 populations, those in support of wearing masks, those in opposition, and those choose to forego due to apathy and likely a lack of education about the risks of COVID-19 for themselves and those around them. In that 3rd population, many are not against masks, but instead fatigued by the confusion and duration of this challenging time. Therein lies an opportunity for education for other leadership. Palmer needs our leaders. Palmer needs you to join us together in protecting one another. How local elected officials choose to address Palmer in this present moment will impact whether we continue on this rapidly rising trajectory. As we know, rising cases correlates with increased loss in lives due to COVID-19, but those lives aren't the only we should be considering. Our emergency and medical care system is stressed. Increasing stress further due to rising cases will mean less space, less equipment, and less healthcare and emergency workers available due to increased rates of illness. Many who need care unrelated to COVID-19 will suffer when our systems are further stressed. In fact, many already are, as their needs and procedures are put on hold. As we know, emergency situations cannot be put on hold, whether COVID-19 related or not. This warrants heightened consideration. This is a very challenging time for every single one of us. We are truly in this together and in joining efforts to care for and protect our families, friends, neighbors, and our community. We will remain strong. Maintaining physical distance and wearing a mask are both simple, scientifically proven steps to reduce spread. You and your fellow elected officials do make a difference, and so I urge you to consider your role as mayor to lead and to put in place a mask mandate for Palmer. Let's do what we can together to keep our community alive and well. Thank you, Mayor DeVries, for your time and consideration. Best. Karen Dow. Okay. I have the following emails. How do I read this?
This one is definitely going over 3 minutes. This is Bev Davies. It says to the leaders of the state of Alaska, please note that, I'm sorry, Bev Davies, to the leaders in the state of Alaska, please note that Western Australia is now celebrating 7 months with no COVID-19 transmission to their state. They are now transitioning from their hard border to a controlled interstate border because of the rest of Australia also has the virus under control. These are the stats comparing Western Australia with Alaska. 11-11-20, Western Australia population 2.6 million, new cases 2, QUAR period, TRAV period, quarantine travel. Active cases 14, recovered 757, in hospitals 0, deaths 9, total cases 780. Alaska, population 745,000. New cases 478, 477 R plus 1N. I don't know, abbreviations, there's no key here to what the abbreviations mean. So, active cases 14,455, 14,080 are R1, 475 are N. Residents and non-residents, I bet. Recovered 7,161, 6,512 are 649 N. In hospitals, 120. ICU on vent, 8. Deaths, 96. Total cases, 21,812. 20,608 residents, this is what I'm assuming that means, 1,124 non. Anchorage population, 288,000. New cases, 293. 293 residents, 0 none. Active cases, 7,644, 7,506 R's, 738 N's. Recovered, 3,516, 3,395 R plus 121 non. In hospital, 79, ICU vent 6, deaths 58. Total cases, 11,218, 2,461 residents, 136 non. Juneau, population 31,974. New cases, 8, all residents. Active cases, 347, 331 residents, 16 non. Recovered, 342, 264 residents, 78 none. In hospitals, unknown. Deaths for total cases, 693, 599 residents, 94 none. So those deaths were Alaska residents only. Compared to the stats from just 3 months ago, August 11th, 20, Western Australia, new cases 0, active cases 1, recovered 623, in hospitals 0, deaths 9, total cases 642. Alaska, new cases 68, 62 residents, 6 non. Active cases 3,269, 2,674 residents, 595 non. Recovered 1,359, 1,180 residents, 179 non. In hospitals 39, ICU on vent 3, deaths 27. Alaska residents only. Total cases 4,655, 3,881 residents, 774 non. Anchorage, 44. It's stats after stat after stat after stat, 4 pages of that. So y'all will get it. Yep.
To whom it may concern, I have been put in multiple unsafe positions in medical facilities. Cynthia Davis.
I'll start over.
Okay.
Cynthia Davis.
Cynthia Davis. I have been put in multiple unsafe positions in medical facilities. Palmer and Wasilla. Most recently at Imaging Associates in Palmer. The staff wears makes, but 3 people came in without masks and did not social distance from others at 8 a.m. on Monday, November 9th. I'm a senior, age 67, with immune deficiency, doing weekly infusions at home. I also have multiple autoimmune diseases and other health conditions. I also have a very rare inoperable paraganglioma jugular tumor in skull base that goes through skull base into neck. My health conditions require me to have scans every 6 months and labs drawn every 3 months. My oncologist, hematologist ordered 3 scans, which we scheduled for first appointments in morning at Imaging Associates office in Palmer near Matsu Hospital. I was told I had to come into building to check in, could not wait in car. I arrived at 7:50 a.m. on November 9th. I was told I would not wait in waiting room. I would be taken right back for scans. As soon as I went into Imaging Associates, 4 other people arrived. 3 of the 4 did not wear masks. They did not social distance. They crowded together by the check-in desk. I told the front desk I was told I would not have to wait in waiting room, and I was supposed to be taken right back for scans. I told front desk I would wait outside. They did not want me waiting outside, but I went outside because of others without mask, and my health conditions make me vulnerable. When I was outside, 4 more people arrived. All were wearing masks, but they saw the unmasked people at front desk. 2 people stayed between doors and entryway, social distancing from each other. 2 other people went back to their cars to wait since they would not get in building. When the radiologist tech came to the window of the lobby of Imaging Associates, she waved me inside and to me back to a room. All staff wore masks and followed protocol. I asked why masks were not offered to those who did not wear masks, or at least ask them to put a mask on in a medical facility. I was told they cannot force people to wear a mask, but they did not ask them to and did not offer them a mask. They should not have been allowed in waiting room with other vulnerable people. I have had similar situation at doctor office in Wasilla where no staff wears masks, and LabCorp in Anchorage. I do know you are only addressing a plan for a Palmer mask mandate. I do hope you will put a mask mandate in place so everyone can get follow-up medical needs taken care of and groceries without being exposed to others who might have COVID. I have also spoken to a supervisor at Imaging Associates about my experience at the Michelle DeMary. Dear Palmer City Council, we are seeing unprecedented increase in COVID infections in the Mat-Su. Please implement the mask mandate to protect people in Palmer and the surrounding community. Please read this testimony into the public record. Thank you. I am a high-risk 73-year-old with diabetes and other health concerns. I'm a prisoner of my house because of half the residents of Palmer refuse to wear a mask. When I ask them why they're not wearing a mask, they answer rudely or say it is none of my business or say it is their freedom to not wear a mask. It is these very citizens of this town don't care about anyone other than themselves. Did we not establish rules for seat belts, speed limits, helmet requirements? How is this any different? It is obvious that the governor has no intention of requiring a mask mandate, and his pleadings with the people of Alaska lands on deaf ears. Please protect the elderly of your community by requiring a mask mandate during this critical time. Michelle DeMari. Samuel Dinges. Palmer City Council, my name is Sam Dinges, and I am writing to address ordinance number 20016. I do not reside in city limits, however, I work, shop, and volunteer in Palmer. I grew up on Buggy Hill and have called this town home since I was 5. I support legislation coverings. Face coverings are recommended by the CDC, Johns Hopkins University, and our own Dr. Zink, along with physical distancing and hand washing for slowing the spread of COVID-19. I know some of you believe a mask mandate would be tough for businesses. I would counter that. A 2021 summer without Alaska's typical 2.3 million visitors and $4.5 billion impact will cause far more economic damage to small businesses than customers wearing a piece of cloth. Cruise, airline, and tour operators cannot resume normal service without numbers under control, and the border closures with Canada will persist as long as our high cases counts do. I worry for our elders who have endured isolation for 8 months already as we head into the darkest months of the year. I worry for our young people whose education and understanding of the world will be marked by such decisiveness and loss. I worry that when the state's ICU beds fill, COVID patients and other sick and injured people alike will suffer as hospital resources are overdrawn. Most of all, I grieve for the 246,000 Americans who have died from this disease in 8 months. More Americans than died in the 11 years of the Vietnam War, nearly as many American deaths as the Vietnam War, the Korean War, and the World War I combined. Thank you to Deputy Mayor Sabrina Combs and Council Member Dr. Jill Valeris for sponsoring this legislation. Thank you, Council, for giving this legislation the full attention, consideration, and weight it deserves. I urge you to take action to protect public health. Best, Sam Dinges. Philip Dune. Dear friends, some things are hard to do, some things are easy. I say wearing a mask to protect health, lives, and businesses is relatively easy, excluding medical reasons. Some practices are highly beneficial, some things are not. Medical Medically knowledgeable people have reported wearing masks is a highly effective way to limit the spread of coronavirus. Please show consideration and sober thought and inform, educate, and guide our community to the benefits of wearing masks to limit the spread of COVID-19, even mandate laws if necessary. Philip Dune. Jackie Inslee. I live in Eagle River, but much of my family lives in Palmer, so I go there often. This includes eating in the restaurants and shopping in the stores. I stopped going into these places as of March because, from all reports, no one in the valley was wearing masks. I would be much more likely to go back to my usual activities in Palmer, patronizing local businesses, if I knew there was a mask mandate. This should not be political. From the most basic standpoint, this is a highly contagious disease, and it is only common courtesy for everyone to try and alleviate the spread of this contagious disease by wearing a mask. Jackie. Jamie Evans. My name is Jamie Evans, and I live in the city of Palmer. I support a mask mandate for the city of Palmer. Thank you, Jamie. Chelsea Fields. To whom it may concern, I request that this statement be read into the record regarding emergency ordinance number 20-016. My name is Chelsea Fields, and I, as a wife, mother, social worker, friend, sister, and daughter, am writing to express my support of the mask mandate in Palmer. As a proud Alaska transplant of nearly a decade, I have watched as cities, businesses, nonprofits, and individuals throughout the valley have come together to address some of the most difficult situations: fires, earthquakes, social issues, and tragedy. Yet we seem to hit an impasse regarding our efforts to address the spread of COVID-19. In the case of our response to COVID, I have seen what appears to be a separation from the past trend of cooperation, and instead of community members being quick to shout "but my rights," rather than contemplating the best way to show care and concern for our neighbors. I think it is also important to note that our personal experiences with COVID aren't the experience, and that the reality of certain members of our population being more at risk is very real. The many uncertainties in our current world are not lost to me, and I empathize with those who see a world that seems to be changing to one that makes them feel threatened. But I can't help but point out the immense privilege many must have experienced in life if the worst violation of your civil rights has been asked to wear a mask. Though I live outside the city limits of Palmer, I shop, recreate, and eat frequently, all the things that I would feel much safer continuing to do so with a mask mandate in place. As numbers have been steadily rising in Alaska, I have been avoiding places where masks are not worn and would love to be in a safer position to patronize Palmer businesses on a more regular basis again. Lastly, on a personal note, as a person who tries to save their life in a way of not unbecoming to a follower of Jesus, I am disappointed in the staunch opposition from some of the local faith community regarding the practice of masking. Rather than a kind and loving gesture towards our neighbor, has turned into a political and ideological issue. Since when has been putting our personal convenience above our neighbors' well-being such a widely accepted trend? Since when is it reflecting the love of Jesus to refuse to do something so simple, if only even just to give our neighbors some peace of mind? It is my sincere hope and prayer that we can put our political and ideological differences aside to come together in a way that only lessons can. Respectfully, Chelsea Fields. Michael Fleming. Hi there. My name is Michael Fleming. I'm a longtime resident of Palmer, longer time resident of Alaska. I am reaching out to you concerning the ongoing pandemic. It is my understanding that some safety precautions are being discussed for implementation here in Palmer. Having firsthand experience with this virus and its after effects, I cannot stress the importance of utilizing anything that will slow or stop this virus. Please consider the idea of mandatory mask wearing and or limiting group gathering sizes. This is all I have to say. Thank you for your time. Andrew Foreigner. Hi, I don't live in Palmer, but I have been teaching at Palmer High since 2002. Tomorrow I'll be working from home. In fact, I'll be doing that all week. I'm relieved to be doing it, but it isn't what I would prefer. I'm in this position because people in the area are refusing to use common sense, denying science and other empirical evidence, and not wearing masks or restricting gatherings. At the beginning of this year, we were told that keeping valley schools open for face-to-face instruction was a community priority, despite the apparent risk of doing so. Still, a significant percentage of that same community COVID wasn't real, was over, etc. Cases have been climbing, and still we see people not taking this seriously. Schools close, and it still doesn't make an impression on them. Nothing seems to get through, even when they are the same people clamoring for open schools. It is beginning to look like the choice Palmer is facing is either a mandate or the gradual shutdown of an in-person education, followed eventually by COVID-related chilling effect. People afraid to go out due to out-of-control pandemic that will very much harm businesses. We know vaccines are coming this winter and into the spring. A mandate need only last till it's unnecessary, a few months maybe, but it could very well help save the school year and save some businesses and their employees their monthly revenue in the interim. It would have been better if people had taken the warning signs, the governor's recommendations, and the community concerns to heart, but they didn't, and the only available remedy appears to be some degree of external restraint. Pass the mandate, save a life, keep the schools and shops open. Alex France, whom it concerns. I support the Palmer mask mandate, ordinance number 20-016, because even though I reside in Anchorage, I recognize the countless unfortunate and undeniable opportunities we create for community spread. As our communities travel, commute for work, shop, and recreate, we readily create opportunities for transmission and leave our most susceptible members exposed. Consider passing ordinance number 20-016 for the safety of all Alaskans. Thank you, Alex. Jack Fry. I'm writing to express my support for a mask mandate in the Palmer community. As a healthcare provider, parent, and a concerned citizen, I feel it is a socially responsible course of action to protect those around us and keep the community safe. Let's make sure we keep Palmer businesses open by staying healthy. Thank you for your consideration in this measure. Jack Fry. Really quick, am I reading this one also? Okay. First one was from the businesses. Okay. David and Andrea Fuller. Madam Mayor and Council, as you probably already know, our governor is asking citizens to be vigilant for the next 3 weeks in reducing the number of COVID-19 cases. More specifically, he is asking for businesses to transition from an in-person contact to takeout and curbside services, as well as encouraging folks to work from home if able. Moreover, he is asking for municipal governments to pass mandates to help mitigate transmission. As a small business owner and citizen of Palmer, I ask the council to take advice of our governor and pass a mask mandate for the city of Palmer, as well as means by which to enforce it. Please let me be clear and state that this is not a political issue or a statement of personal beliefs. It is a health and welfare as well as an economic issue for the city of Palmer. If small businesses have to close down over this holiday season, there's no amount of CARES money that will prevent them from continuing on next year. Our own governor is asking Alaskans to sacrifice these next 3 weeks. I'm asking you to do the same and legislate a mask mandate for the city of Palmer without afraid of losing political capital. So thank you for your time. David Fuller. Len Fuller. Dear Palmer City Council, for the well-being of our community, I urge you to mandate masks in all indoor spaces within Palmer City limits, except when absolutely not possible for medical or other reasons. Our physical and emotional safety is important, but so is the long-term visibility or long-term viability of our local businesses. Even when business suggests masks, some people choose to endanger themselves and others by blatantly disregarding this common sense measure. This forces me to Amazon and other online shopping or to the few vendors in the valley or Anchorage where I feel safe. Please act responsibly for our community and pass this. Lynn Fuller.
Okay, it is 10:40. Yeah, is the next one sort of short? Because I'm going to call it. No, it's not. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call it back to the meeting back so we can go ahead and make the motion. And do we have any idea at all how many we went through in that hour? Did somebody keep track of those?
I believe right now, if I have it correct, I have 51 for and 57 against total. So that would mean all, let's see, yeah, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
108 we went through in an hour.
I was talking about total for the whole night, so 25 to 6.
There was one though that was in there that
Yeah.
was a proponent.
There was one. Yeah, Desiree Cook. 25, 38, 35, 40. So that was like 46 that you read, about 46 or 47.
Yeah, so, okay.
Madam Mayor, I will make a motion that we continue this meeting next Wednesday at 6 p.m.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion, questions, comments, amendments from the council?
Who was the second, Madam Mayor?
Councilwoman Valerius. Sorry. Is that gonna give us enough time to get the other, so we've only done 100, we have 500 left to go, and we did it in an hour.
I'm happy to come earlier.
Right, so that would take us right to 11. Pardon?
Can we have a meeting at 5 o'clock? Is that?
I don't know. What's everybody's schedule? Could we move the meeting next Wednesday night to 5?
If I can take Thursday off, I'm cool with that.
So, can everybody come at 5 next Wednesday? Okay. Okay, Councilman Best, I don't see anything, I can't see anything from, you are, okay, good, okay. Alrighty, so let's make it then for 5, and since it's a continuation, the advertisement will be in the Sunday paper, correct? Okay, okay. Any additional questions? Any amendments to the motion? Okay, well, so let's see, Madam Clerk, would you take the roll for the question, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mhm.
Councilmember Jill Valerius?
Yes.
Councilmember Brian Daniels?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Carrington?
Yes.
Councilmember Richard Best?
Yes.
Councilmember Julie Berberick?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sabrina Combs?
Yes.
Mayor Ed DeVries?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Record of items placed on the table, Madam Clerk?
We don't have anything for tonight, but we sure will next time.
Yeah. Council member comments? Anyone?
Couldn't we just pause the meeting right there?
Right.
Right, we won't do adjournment.
Okay, but I just mean, wouldn't we do council comments and all that after the next meeting?
Well, I don't know, I
Okay.
have to go through the agenda
Sure.
since this is what it is. And of course, we'll have the same agenda, so people can talk. Yes, Councilman Carrington.
I was just gonna ask for status on, we were looking at a system that might let us have people be able to call in, et cetera. The clerk was working on.
Okay. Go ahead.
That's actually the city manager.
Yes, so the system will be there. The question is the staffing of that. So I know when we have the call in at the Matsu Borough, there is 4 people working that call in plus the clerk's staff. So it can be done. The question is the staffing of that. If it's a priority for the city council, I'll come up with some options for you to do that, but it's not going to be without a cost.
Okay, okay. Okay. Councilman Carrington, do you have follow-up? No, okay. Alrighty, so with that, anything else before I motion that we continue, that our meeting is continued? Nope, okay. So we'll see you all on Tuesday.